for the morning shift, I guess.
Yes, thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the race, and hopefully see you guys soon. Bye-bye.
Bye. So now you are obliged to stay with me. For whoever doesn't know me, I'm Cristiano Romano, and I'll be your commentator for the final bit of the race, for the final 4 hours of the 24-hour of Watkins Glen, as Classens is going out of the pits. So essentially, the real battle is only between 5th and 6th place, with the situation that has to evolve for deciding which position is going to which team. Currently there is Crimson in the 18 going into the distance just in front of the 331 Eclipse Racing Esport, with obviously the current situation being with the 18 being slightly faster than the 331 behind, but obviously everything still has to be decided, as currently last lap has been on the 331 side. 42 is showing with yellow flags. Can he keep it on track? He does so, but he's now stuck in the middle. Gets away with it. Now the 42 is back on their tires. Currently one lap behind Campos and 2 laps in front of Six Money. As the current situation says that, oh, if 52 goes into the pits, Lamborghini number 52, 4 laps behind the leader, with the 737 that has been extremely lucky, considering that everyone had issues one way or another, except the car in front. Well, something happened here to the golden black car. Oh, they went absolutely fuming into the distance, and then they crashed onto the hairpin, and Ledzi driving it in the 20th place. So we're staying back here with the current battle going between the 2 drivers. Now, fastest lap seems to be on Felgen's side, 45.2. It's been the quickest, I suspect, during the night. As currently, the 2 cars are one after the other. Aston Martin just in front of Rafa Campos. Now they go into the inside. Doesn't happen for now. Over brake. Nearly, well, actually going off track. So this puts Crimson behind still, even if the Lamborghini is a lap in front. So it will be for unlapping themselves. With 4 hours to go, the Lamborghini lineup, I think they just have to deliver it, while Crimson was trying the overtake, but it doesn't really happen. The Mercedes is just behind in the 331. Still following closely. Now, obviously, considering the current situation, as the 50 is not on track, well, it is, but definitely not in the correct direction. So gaining the very beginning of the last sector too. So this happened. With the 203 also having some trouble somewhere. So yeah, wide exit, nothing too much to worry about. Obviously, for whoever wants, you can join into the interview channel and just shout, because I can't hear when you join it. That's because Discord keeps itself muted during the stream, so you don't hear it. You don't hear all the bloop that comes out, because the pings. I don't want to turn off pings. I just need them. Otherwise, I don't see anything at all. And even if I have like 400 pings, which I never, I never really. So actually, the pings are completely useless for me effectively. That I have like 400 pings and I didn't read any. So what I'm saying is just that they exist. Their job will be helping me understand when someone wants to say something, but every time it's just an everyone. So I keep ignoring them, and that's, I don't know why I started this thing. But anyway, if you want to join the commentary booth, you can do so by just joining it, because it's free. You can enter it without any issue, and you can talk about your race, your qualifying, your red flag, rain, car, whichever thing you want to talk about. You are free to do so, as we are heading into the very last 4 hours of racing. The battle has been going on for several laps, with Aston effectively keeping the front position, just thanks to the fact that the dragger line just has way more grip than the external line, which is completely pretty soaked in water. As you can see, the weather will stay like this for the next 30 minutes at the very least. And now the Mercedes is trying the inside on Crimson, but it doesn't still happen. Oh, little contact into the wall there. As the Assetto racing team that was facing some issues at the very beginning of the race now is slightly behind schedule, but nevertheless they kept the consistency, and now they are still in 5th with all these many hours to go. Everything is still to be decided. Especially considering that everything, even a disconnection, may happen, and this would put everything back into questioning. There is a yellow flag currently. No, it seemed like for a brief moment. No, unfortunately I can't see the pit stop nor the stint timers. It's because I simply can't, because the race control just gives you the chance to see from where you were in. So I can't really give you any information, but for whoever, hi Luca, for whoever wants to get a, possibly you already did, but just a reminder that Pitbull Live is on, so you can check the cars, position, gaps, and etc. all by yourself even. Maybe to understand whether or not it's better to go into pits or not. But in the meantime, it's Daniel Crimson still leading 5th place. Obviously in these endurance times, oh, there is someone there. No, there isn't. These endurance times, it's a bit I would say difficult to find things to say about. So we'll just start with what is Watkins Glen, the track we are racing on tonight, this afternoon, well, it is everything. So basically the track, 5.5 kilometers long, 15 tons. It has been, it was created in 1948, just after the Second World War, and it has 3 different configurations. Two different configurations. The international, and that goes off in the distance right here, and you can see by the tarmac you can go to the right, and that gives you the second variation, which is used in NASCAR, in Xfinity and Cup Series, but the track is also used in Indy racing and in Formula, well, was used many years ago in Formula 1. It's obviously less used in Formula 1, considering the track is not even grade 1, from quite clear from all the walls close to the tarmac. And the Watkins Glen, where is Watkins Glen? Because effectively no one really knows it. It is in the state of New York. Into the northern part of North America. Well, United States of America rather. And the city itself is quite little, just a handful, not even 2,000 inhabitants in that city. But for the rest, the track is extremely popular in the United States, used in every possible way. It's also used as of today in the SCCA Major Super Tour, HSR Classic. There is the Vintage Grand Prix. Obviously, August 18 to 20. It's the Go Bowling at the Glen, where you can find the Arca Menard Series, the NASCAR Xfinity, and NASCAR Cup Series. All free. Oh god, the Arca, no. I fear for their lives. No. And then there is also, obviously, I forgot the main one, because I just jumped it. I'm very clever sometimes. In the middle of June, there is a silence 6 hours of the Glen, because IMSA, the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, the American Endurance, gets there for 6 hours of the Glen, the Michelin Pilot Challenge, the MX-5 Cup, which is possibly the most meme series I've ever seen, the Porsche Carrera Cup, and also Lamborghini Super Trofeo, all into the Glen. This track is extremely used in many different ways. So for whoever is American, which I don't think many people are, even considering it's 1 o'clock, so whoever is American is possibly 6 AM. I don't think they will look at me. But anyway, this is all that's available at the Watkins Glen. Oh, Crimson into the wall! While I was looking into the Google page, because I found it, that's what I was on, he goes into the inside, loses the rear, tries to take it back, and he goes into the wall. So damage for 18. And the Rafa Campos is now in 5th. Easy overtake, considering the track wasn't even on track anymore. So now front end damage for the car number 18, which leaves a gap of 2 seconds. Between the two drivers. Now, obviously, at the current situation, I think the most interesting battle is this one here, because Johnson still, just after the pit, he's lapping 1 second per lap quicker than Manroom. They were starting very up into the grid at the beginning of the race. And speaking of Lamborghini, it's also interesting to speak about what the new Lamborghini is. All the specifics are quite clear. It is quite a big engine. Audi V10, 5.3 liter. Okay, 5.3 liter V10, 5.2, sorry, 5.2 liter V10, with the usual, so RVD, a mechanical block, differential block, or lock rather, 10 different TC that you can use. The chassis is in aluminum and carbon fiber, so everything is the same, but it's quite interesting to see about the length of the car and the brakes. So 4.5 meters of length, 2.2 of width, with the distance between the wheels, which is 2.6 meters, with front brakes 380 millimeters of diameter, and the pads are 34 millimeters, while the back 355 millimeters of diameter with 32 millimeters of pads, 6 pistons in the front and 4 in the back, so actual beast. And at the current situation, it's possibly, well, it's not. It's possibly. It is effectively the quickest car around Watkins Glen. In our, it has been quite significantly already used, and it's basically clearing every single time by a lot. And we just passed the newest 992 GT3, which is the derivative of the 991.2 and the evolution of the old one. It has been used from this year because the homologation effectively started from this year. And it has been initially used in the NLS, which is the Nordschleife, the endurance in the Nordschleife. And in the initial endurance, oops, sorry, which it also has been used in IMSA, and it will be used this afternoon at Monza. But effectively, it's quite odd the situation with the car, considering that it has been basically slowed down massively in IMSA, especially. Considering the American Championship was quite, I would say, safe about the situation. Oh, Van Dijk with... Oh, this one is a big one! Just Van Dijk. Something went terribly wrong for the driver in the Bentley. So they went on the grass, tried to brake, tried to go into somewhere and hit and absolutely destroy the car. Now it's severe front-end damage. There is also, oh, let's see, in the 180 still with damage that has to be repaired. So Van Dijk now, oh, definitely some trouble there. Again into the wall. They were in 9th, a lap in front of Richter in the 518, and now they are obliged to go into the pits. Since the car is not really drivable. I'm not seeing a meatball flag, surprisingly. Crazy, number 1 is not really having a good time, so no meatball flag. They can still continue if they want, but not advisable as Zompel goes into the pits. And there is another yellow flag. It's 180. Stuck there. Oh, they had some suspension damage. It's quite clear the front left of the tire is with a broken toe link. Now they are effectively crawling. You can see the front left, which is completely, well, it's there, but the car is not turning. And now they are a bit of a danger, trying to crawl as quick as possible, with Van Dijk going into the pits. Car 180 that has to go to a halt, because they can continue like this. I think they have to go to the garage by tow. and so they will lose 2 minutes and a half plus the repair, which is going to be heavy. There is also the rescue just outside there. Possibly they are discussing everything. As we go back to man room behind Bashar, the 212, so mission spin 2 and 3. So the 50 is also off into the just behind them. Okay, number 50, Westside Racing, not really finding any happiness there. So the 180 is RTG definitively. And the 50 is back on rails. As Bashar and Manrum just went out of pits. At least Bashar did. The 212 Porsche 992. Unfortunately, to not see any Ferrari, but that's just because it's not possible for the drivers to use it, essentially. At the moment we are going with the Aston Martin Daniel Crimson for the Aston Racing team. So, which is still following closely the car in front, which is the Mercedes Eclipse Racing eSport number 331. It was starting in second place, and then after some trouble in the night, effectively didn't have much joy out of it. At the moment, which is also following the Mercedes with a 4.6 liter just up in front, and the gap is currently 1.4 seconds. So effectively it's getting closer and closer. Even after the front end damage, the last lap has been 3 laps quicker than Campos, possibly having some trouble in the rain, and as a matter of fact, staying behind for now. But I think the overtake may happen in next couple of moments. So last lap has been several tenths quicker. The moment 8 tenths is the gap between the two drivers, with the Mercedes 331 up in front, lapping at 53.1 and 52.6 just behind. And all of this, the Bentley is back on track after effectively 3 minutes of repair, and the Mercedes is off into the distance. It was Van Dijk, speaking of which, put the Mercedes to a halt while exiting the pits. Mercedes passing by and hitting the Bentley. With now Cohen Vink driving it. And understandably, Campos was quite angry, considering they've been losing the position because of it. And now the assassin team has to just fly away again, with Daniel Crimson on the wheel, while we'll see if they still are. So lengthy pit stop for the 180, possibly car absolutely demolished. I suspect 6 minutes of repairs for the car still in the garage. And this gives Daniel Crimson chance for the Assetto Racing team to go into 5th, possibly to maintain the situation, while still is now 5 seconds away from Manrum, who is 4 seconds away from Basher. Manrum with a completely different tactic compared to the other two cars. And this one was the new Lamborghini. And speaking of the other one, is the Porsche. And the 992, the 911, the 992. It's a bit of a mess to understand everything. But 4.1 liters. With basically a screaming engine, 9000 RPM. So quite a lot. Brakes are 370 millimeters of diameter in the rear and 390 in the front, with 32 millimeters in the back for the pads and 35 for that for vacation. TripAdvisor be like, and 36 millimeters in the front. With there is not a car anymore in the pits. It's the 180, which is now out of the pits. Also, it has to be said that it's quite lengthy, 4.6 meters. So it's basically the same length. It's actually longer than Lamborghini, quite surprisingly, because the Lamborghini is 5.5 while the Porsche is 4.6, and it's 2 meters wide with 2.5 meters between front and rear wheel. And compared to the Lamborghini, I expected to see the Lamborghini actually being more elongated, but effectively it's the other way around. Lamborghini is still wider, 2.2 meters for the Lamborghini, while the Porsche is just 2 meters wide. But effectively this car is everything new, but in real life many drivers have said some things about the fact that the car is low. Daytona 24-hour was essentially a graveyard for the Porsche drivers because of the air intake being reduced to 30 millimeters only, with the latest round that took place in Long Beach, which, if I remember correctly, it was 40 millimeters. But the car in the SRO GT3, which is effectively what this game relies on, still has to show its true potential. Now, unfortunately, I don't know anything about the tests, but in Monza, this car here has found some troubles, to say the least, but nevertheless, with the race that has to come, possibly the car will find some more happiness during the completing minutes. But everything still has to be declared even there. The race here instead is still tense, because still you can find him here. He's now 1.6 away from Manrum. There are two cars between him and the Mercedes 202 up in front. and the Lamborghini is just flying in this track and in these conditions. Now the 180 Italian job car is now out of the pits in 20th place, and they made a 4 minutes and a half long pit, so effectively around 2 minutes and a half, 3 minutes of damage repair. See, towing is 2 minutes, and I can't count because it's just 2 minutes of repair then, because I don't think they changed the tire. I was counting the tires too. And the Robster goes into the pits, number 2 in 17th place is into the pits to change maybe driver and tires for this wet stint that still is wet and will remain so for at the very least the next half an hour. The gap between Manrum and Steele getting wider and wider. Now the Porsche gets away from their trajectory, the racing line rather. So the number 80 is now in 8th place. I remember you all that they were fighting for essentially the win in the first hours of the race, with GTR Master after several incidents and troubles finding themselves in 8th place, 9 laps behind the leader. Now the leader is at lap 540, and with just less than 4 hours to go, it's highly likely that we'll get to 700. No, 700 no. But at least it should be 600. At the very least, it's still 60 laps, maybe. Because in 4 hours they did 535 for 25. Let's say 500. So yeah, they should go to 600 at the very least. Maybe just by a very tiny margin, but they should get it. Meanwhile, we still because Manrum is getting into the pits for the pit stop, and the Basher is 7.6 seconds up in front. And this car here has been one of the 3 newest additions for the 203, the bus stop. Trying to get away as quick as possible there. So something happened to the Porsche in the bus stop. Seems like the Porsche has some issues in the dampers, or maybe it's the drivers that are trying to use the same settings as pre-patch, with obviously those settings not really working. So Lamborghini here is the third of the 3 cars that have been presented with the new DLC, in addition to Circuiti Riccardo Torno in Valencia, so essentially putting a number of Spanish tracks to 2, both with Barcelona, even if at this point I would have preferred a German track in the name of Hockenheim, which I think will come out in the next update, considering now Spain has 2 tracks, Italy has 2 tracks, Great Britain has many more, but it's because of the British GT, because it's Donington, Snetterton, Oulton Park, Silverstone, Brands Hatch. That should be it. And Germany still has just 1, even if they have 2, and France the same, with Paul Ricard still in the calendar, even if Manicours is just better. And speaking of France, these cars that you are seeing right now will also be the ones that will be used in France next year at Le Mans 24 hour, because from next year the GTE are not a thing anymore. They become all GT3, and this just puts the GT pack to race into LMS and other series, but effectively in WEC. Oh, where? Sorry, sorry, Daniel. I did. I checked some time. Just that sometime I can't hear it, and I just have one monitor. So apologies for having you waiting. But welcome for the interview.
Good morning. Oh, good afternoon now, actually, I think.
It depends on where you are in the world.
Afternoon where I am.
Okay, then. But welcome. It's in the interview channel. It's currently Daniel Crinson. But I think you can present yourself.
Yeah, just finished, I think, my last stint maybe in the 18, so we're P6, maybe P5. Oh, we just came out of the pits in front of us with P6, but fighting for P5.
And effectively, you were on screen when the incident happened in turn 1. So what exactly happened in the turn?
Couple. One was my fault, one was their fault, I think. So all evened out in the end. I think they went into the back of us once, and I was watching my mirrors and outbrake myself. Took the barrier. And then the third time, I think, was the Bentley came out the pits and collided with the Mercedes, which let us through again. So which was unlucky for them, but it's kept us quite close on track.
And regarding the situation in the weather and essentially everything else, because effectively it's still raining heavily. I don't know about you, but I'm a rain enjoyer. So what about you?
I don't mind it. The Aston seems to prefer it if it's more drizzle than medium rain. So we've been praying for the rain to just ease off slightly, not totally, but slightly. So yeah, we were hoping for a bit more drizzle because we were pretty quick in the night time when it was greasy drizzle, those kind of conditions.
And effectively, now that you mentioned the nighttime, essentially, how is it to race like 4 a.m. during the rain, during the wet, and everything in between?
It's hard. The first one's okay because the adrenaline's kicked in, isn't it? And you're looking forward to it. But then second and third ones are just sort of survive, get through it, don't crash, or don't crash too much.
Because I think that's what it is a 24 hour at the very least. It's just surviving the most without any trouble, and also being very lucky because essentially I saw that there was a red flag situation and then many drivers had penalties of such things, and you actually seen one of the cars that have suffered a bit, not that much, but how you exactly challenged this issue.
Well, we've been quite lucky, I think. We've only had a couple go against us, and that's when we've made a mistake. And apart from that, we've kept our noses clean with drive-throughs and things. We've had one or two, whereas everyone else seems to have had 3, 4 each, I think. So I think that's why we've managed to get where we are, because I don't think we're the fastest car out there. But I think we've kept ourselves pretty clean.
And I've got just another question. And what do you expect toward the finish, considering it's 3 hours and a half, and you are just behind P5, but Schaber is 1 lap in front, and do you expect anything else, considering in 18, not even, in 20 hours everything went into pieces for some drivers, while some other had very much lucky moments.
P5 I think will be good for us. We were hoping for P3 earlier on, when it was greasy, we were chasing the P3 and P2 briefly, and then the rain came down a bit harder. That's just sent us backwards, really. But yeah, P5 would be pretty good if we can manage that, considering we're expecting to have a load of Ferraris at the front, I think, before we realised they weren't going to work.
Yeah, the Ferrari. Unfortunately, the Ferrari has been the massive. It's not to be a bad person, but I think the Ferrari ironically ruined everyone's race because many teams were going with the Ferrari, and I think it was at least 15 teams going with the Ferrari. And were you one of those, or?
Oh no, we were always going to take the Aston.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, it didn't affect us.
So yeah, this was Daniel Clinson driving for the 18 Aston Racing team. And the final words about anything you want to talk about? Like you have.
Just thanks to the organisers, really, and you guys for putting it on. It's been really good fun. We've enjoyed it.
Thanks. And yeah, good luck for the race.
Yep, thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of it.
See ya.
See you now, take care.
So this was effectively Daniel Clinson for Aston Racing team in the 18 Aston Martin. There's some questions about everything. I should have asked the best question in the world. Best furniture for your house if you can take something out of the GT3 car. But I think the chat can go with it. So if you were like obliged to take something out of your car and transform it into a house furniture, would you take, and what would you transform it? Because like you can take the wing, transform it into a shelf, or you can take, I don't know, the wiper as a phone holder. In any way, but mostly because I saw the F1 Authentics like selling everything. You have from a wheel that became a staging block as a table, the classic never ending. There is the wheel that became a coffee table. I saw obviously the seats framed, but that's quite usual. I saw a side pod transformed basically into a shelf, essentially. And different bits and parts of the wing, parts of side pods when they were still complicated and very hard to describe. Also seeing their GT3 Lambo sucks in real life. Well, I need to check something here because effectively, for now, the new cars in every series have been suboptimal, to say the least. As the cars have been pretty much demolished and destroyed. You have to look at these just to be sure about it. But effectively, it's not really terrible. Like in the Monza 3 hour, I saw. So I went into the qualifying session just to see it, and even if the qualifying 3 didn't happen because of power issues at the track, the first 4 places are all BMW. Then there is an Audi and there is a Lambo, so it's not like it's terrible, even if it's the number 63, Mirko Bortolotti, Cardarelli, Jordan Pepper, so it's not exactly a slow lineup. But the 911 is effectively in a bit of an issue, even because I know for certain this one here, the 911 version 992, they can't use ABS or traction control because otherwise the car goes into kernel panic and you can't use it. So effectively, every car, every Porsche around the world can't use the they can't use no TC or ABS, and that's why the Porsche is very much in trouble. There is also in real life the fact that the McLaren is now used, it's not being used, and it's a bit of an issue because we don't have it, and I hate it. We don't have the new McLaren. It has actually been nerfed. There was a yellow flag being shown there. Oh, you can see that the bumper behind in the rear is not attached to the car anymore. You can see there. So heavy damage in the rear. But back to it. Basically, there is the new McLaren 720S Evo, which for some reasons it's not here yet. Not really sure the reason why. And obviously only one, because Garage 59 is the only team in the world that wants to drive it in the GT World Challenge. I'm not sure why. But a very good amount of cars, and the issue is that the Ferrari is also slow. The first Ferrari in Monza is just in 18th place. So a bit of a terrible beginning for the Ferrari teams. And that's just the first one. There are many more behind. Basically nowhere. And yeah, effectively the Lamborghini is the only outcomer out of it, since it's the only one that seems to be not terrible. It's a good thing, even because effectively the new Lamborghini is not a new Lamborghini, it's more like an evolution of the old one, and already the old one was a good beast. It was in the capable hands of Emil Frey Racing. 3 cars line up for their efforts, and then they switched to the Ferrari, if I remember correctly. They switched to the Ferrari 296 GT3, but I may remember wrongfully, because I tried to go by memory. Let me check real quick, because effectively this one I don't have it, and I admit it. If Emil Frey switched the car, Emil Frey Racing, let me see. Into... No, it's true. It's 2 Ferrari 296 GT3 in DTM and GT World Challenge Europe, but only in sprint. So that's why they are not in the grid for Monza, because effectively they are not competing in the endurance part, even because the GT World Challenge is essentially divided into 2, sprint and endurance cup, which is something I never saw in the sim racing world, and I will be completely up for it for its existence, creating a sprint and endurance cup with 2 different leaderboards for obvious reasons. And it will be quite an addition, like going for a similar series just like in real life, except the tracks that aren't in the calendar, those ones you just fake them with other tracks, considering the choice is there, or you do a double header even, but that's the current situation. I'm very angry about the fact that it's not in Imola, but it's in Monza, because otherwise I would have been there, just like last year. And I've been absolutely impressed by how much the cars sound the same. Lamborghini obviously sounding the same as the Audi. Literally the same. The BMW is as boring as in the game. Like, you hear it and it seems like it's just a Fiesta with a broken muffler. It's nothing more, it's like... Yeah, it's passing. Ooh, it's terrible, the noise, I hate it. But the car is actually quite quick. That's why it's just well, that's why VRT switched to it, even because of the LMDH situation, considering the 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 Belgian team that was early on with Audi until last year, obviously plug off everything from Audi and went to BMW because Audi kind of destroyed their GT customer program. Destroyed, but rather really hurted, considering Audi put everything to a halt just days before the presentation of the new LMDH, which would have been effectively a Porsche with another chassis. It's obvious, but I would have been quite curious about it. We'll never see it anywhere in the world. Possibly still in the garage, but very far from the entrance in the German manufacturer house. But the LMDH will never see the light, so they switch to BMW, because effectively BMW will come to WEC next year. This year they are in IMSA, and it seems like this season for BMW is more like a test season. Effectively their program started very much behind schedule. Rather than behind schedule, it's more like very late, with also issues with the gearbox in Road Atlanta, where they were testing and etc. And the Daytona, it was just a terrible scene to be seen. Both cars, huge problems for both cars, and then they went well in Sebring, even taking out the podium, even if the podium was created more than anything thanks to the incident between the two Porsches and the Acura. They were fighting for the lead, and then they crashed with Mathieu Jamine and Philippe Albuquerque being the main protagonist. And racing incident for both drivers, but effectively that was a Porsche disaster, even because the chassis were damaged irremediably, and this also affected the customer program, because there is Jota and JDC Miller waiting for the cars. Now, I saw there is a shakedown ongoing for them, so apparently the chassis are final with them, and they wanted to join the grid for the 24-hour Le Mans. Now, it's possible that that JDC Miller and Jota can make it, while Proton Competition is basically impossible, considering the chassis is not ready, and will not be ready. Chassis and spare parts, obviously, because a chassis is okay, but you need also the spare parts, so you need 2 chassis per car, automatically. And considering the IMSA efforts, those chassis are not in the car anymore, or not actually usable anymore, as long as they went into the pits for the 792 ES car. And while next season there is also a kind of rumors of Ferrari going into IMSA, with AF Corsa managing it, but it's still a rumor more than anything. But effectively we could see many cars next year, not as much as this year, because next year there is the Lamborghini LMDH coming out. Alpine also? Alpine should be next year too, if I remember correctly. It should be Alpine, because this year they are back in LMP2 with their LMP2, because they are the only Alpine LMP2. Everyone else is a DJ. And last race in Algarve in Portugal was quite an interesting one for in the WEC, especially since Toyota just demolished everyone, as not a little bit any surprise. Ferrari with issue with the brake, as always, and Porsche there with Peugeot not dying, so it's a win, I guess. The car is just made for 24-hour Le Mans. that car is just made for the French race. So there isn't a single reason why that car is still ongoing, apart from the participation to the big one. Even considering the fact that the Peugeot is made out of, well, its DNA is effectively just using ground effect without a wing. But the issue is that there is the 4:1 ratio downforce to drag, which doesn't really help the fact that that a car with only ground effect has to work with ground effect, especially in racetracks like Sebring, made out of Lego. It's not made out of... Oh wait, there is the version made out of Lego, and I will buy it because I have a terrible economic taste. 200 euros, I don't care, it's beautiful, I love it. Even because it has the same resistance as the real life. The new Lego set with the front lights that are glow in the dark. I just don't know where to put it, but I will buy it. I need it. Even because I always wanted the 911 GTE, but now the 911 GT is old. And I was always, well, I will buy it, I never bought it. Not sure why, I never bought it. I will do it one day, because that car, I'm in love with that. And now there is the new Peugeot, even if it doesn't have a front windshield, which I hate it. Well, if need, I will go make it 3D printed, just to have it. I just don't like the fact that there isn't a windshield. It's made out of Lego. And differently from the Ferrari GTE, it's actually well done, because the Ferrari GT is terrible. Everyone hates it, mostly because it's broken. Like, you can literally squash it. It doesn't have any resistance. It's not really good, and the doors are falling apart. So Ferrari designed by Ferrari engineers, and that's the result. So great advertisement, I guess. But the new Peugeot seems cool. And unfortunately, the Lego Peugeot and the real life Peugeot have the same resistance, even if the gearbox finally didn't die. And the reason why everything didn't die in the real car, even if one of the two cars was still broke, but that's another issue. One of them managed to complete the race, miracle, is because they've switched from electrical to hydraulical mechanisms for their car, and they've reinforced the gearbox. So now the car can survive more than 2 hours. That's it, more than 2 hours, because before it wasn't doing it. In a 24-hour race, I don't know how healthy it is to have a car that breaks down when you look at it wrongfully. Like, oh, cool car. Never mind. This is what happens when you give the French the power to put electronics in the car. While there is currently an issue there with the 203. Way too quick on entry, spinning around. And it was also another Porsche going out in the distance, but not colliding. And speaking of Porsche, there is the battle with Lamborghini, both of which are fighting for second place. The Mission Spino car and the Bix Racing. I'm trying to go by memory because I don't want to go look at it. Because now it's side by side between Lamborghini and Porsche. I was saying Peugeot. With the Porsche not really defending. And possibly understanding that it's absolutely worthless to fight, even because they stint it's ending in 10. So now the Lamborghini is in P2. In a wet Watkins Glen. And Basher is now in P3. It's still wet. So that's the situation. Quite astonished by the fact that Glickenhaus is still surviving. Like, why? Please end it. Like, no one likes them. Like, there isn't any reason they can keep going. Like, no one will miss them. They are just there. They exist. Happy for them, but like, they can even not do it. Even because I know that they've sacrificed their GT3 or rather GTX program in LS because the car can't be homologated for GT3 obviously, as the GT3 reg have the mandatory factor that you have to be a racing manufacturer and a real racing manufacturer, not like making two cars in a row and say, ah, I made it. And Jim Glickenhaus obviously saying things about it because it's unfair for opinions. And they sacrificed their GTX program in NLS to go fully into an hypercar that doesn't work. Great economic choices by everyone, it seems like. As the car is obviously without a chance to make it. Currently on the best possible BOP. Max power, max energy stint, and max and minimum weight possible by regulations. Because, well, this has to be said, in bold, because last year in Monza they were outside the regulation and they still were slow. I am a bit angry about it. They were still outside the pace. They were outside the regulation. They even they went over capping the power and the weight, and they were still up rock, sitting in the middle of the track. And this year is deserved if they are not even put into TV coverage. They deserve it. Compared to working manual, like it works. It's not that much of the pace. Like, it's faster than Glickenhaus, which is already funny, because the Glickenhaus that they've been working on the car for years, that is manual that went with bootleg LMP1 mixed with a Toyota and said, okay, it goes, and effectively it goes until Jacques Villeneuve drives it. Then it doesn't. And it crashes into a wall. Okay, it was a brake failure, but Jacques Villeneuve was like 1.5 seconds off the pace of its own teammates. Like, why? And the thing is that he's also a platinum driver because it's a F1 World Champion in 1997, and no one can say anything about it because he effectively is it. He is a champion, and he is then a platinum driver by definition, and he's just useless. And he is completely useless, and he is slow, and a mess, to say the least. But anyway, good effort by the Vanual anyway. This basically became a podcast at this point, considering that I'm searching for things to say at this point. If anyone in chat or in the Discord channel wants to basically let this become a sort of podcast, I'm happy with it. It's a 24-hour race, so effectively we need things to talk about, and I'm up for everything. Okay. In the current situation, I'm just going to all the cars randomly, effectively. We are here with the Big Brain Racing, and just to end it, and the WEC kind of talk. There is now the Isotta Fraschinti. I never Is that a Faschetti? Or Franchini? I can't remember anymore. The Isotta, which is effectively using the name just because it was available, differently from the manual name, that is still racing for no reason. I would be there for an interview for the back rows. Okay, get here. You are already here? No, you are not. Get here. We'll talk about the Peugeot breaking in half and me complaining about things that no one cares about, if you need it. Anyway, there is now the Isotta that should be going into a shakedown later this summer. They will possibly not exist until maybe Monza, and even then, it's pretty much a maybe, because the car has to work and not break down in half, which seems like the main concern. But the car is, at the very least, it's ready. It's obviously nothing complicated, it's quite basic for obvious reasons, but the car is taken into, we'll say, administration. It was Fraschini, by the way. It's taken into administration by Michelotto, which is not exactly the name, an unknown name. He was into the Ferrari management when it was good. There are talks about it that the car, full Italian, will also be effectively the only one of this regular reg set that will also become a real race car. While here Vink lost the position on Red Fan coming out of the pits. This was the overtake happening on the Bentley. That was some yellow showing. I unfortunately lost it anyway. As Steele is now switching with Lovering, and they are just out of the pits. Still in third place, with Chabert is getting there. The car now in third place, a minute behind Basher. Slightly lengthy stop, but nevertheless a good one too. So the Tipo 6 LMH is effectively well, seems like to be a good car. It went for a shakedown just earlier this week, and for now it's a bit unknown when it will be used effectively, as Vink is now going into the pits. Mostly because the car is still into the early phases. That should be okay for Monza, they say. Nothing is confirmed, but for now the plan and the objective is that one there, to race at Monza, home track. And I wanted to see if I can find it, which I don't think I can. I broke everything. Great. I always break. I have to break everything for every time I do something. Because of a reason unknown to my mind. So, technical talks about the newest hypercar while I'm going to look there. Okay. So it's a 3-liter V6. Michelotto designed it, and there is a bit of a derivation from the VAG Turbo, V6 Turbo, but not B-Turbo, compared to Toyota, Peugeot and Ferrari. And obviously, thanks utilizes the 7 gear X-Track gearbox, but no hybrid. This one is wrong. They've been using the hybrid, if I remember correctly. Okay, yeah. So they incredible. I'm better than news because I was sure they was using hybrid. In fact, they are. There is an engine, an hybrid engine. I should check twice. So basically, the car is quite. Well, the weight is completely useless because it will be bobbed. But 5 meters long and 2 meters wide on the millimeter. Incredible. V6, 700 horsepower, brake horsepower, and there is an electric motor. So effectively the first independent team with an electric motor, because the other two with Vanual and Glickenhaus didn't go with it. With 270 brake horsepower and a 900 volt battery. Gearbox is a 7 speed gearbox provided by X-Track, which is the same used by the Porsche, and that's why I fear for it. And the usual for everything else. I don't see how big are the brakes, which is something that makes me sad. But I forgot what we wanted to say. Difficult French. What? I missed something. Who is French? The Peugeot? We'll refer to if you want. Okay. And yeah, effectively, this is the newest independent car that will come out, which is the Isotta Fraschini. But for now, aside the work talks and cars that we'll see the light later on, there is with us Fabian Karner.
Hello!
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
I don't know why. I don't know why I did it. I hate it myself. Welcome in the interview channel.
Thanks to be here.
And obviously, I know who you are, but possibly the viewers have missed something. So, give us a brief introduction about yourself.
Yeah, I'm driving for the At the Weiser Racing team with Jan Barf as leader.
Now you are in the
Yeah.
pits.
Yep, we had some damage currently, 20 seconds. And now Mr. Novak is hopping onto the car.
And speaking of Porsche, effectively, I'm quite interested because I didn't try yet the new cars, and I have no clue about anything. So, in how many words you want to use? Actually, you don't have a real limit, but introduction to the car, pros and cons, how you feeling in it?
Yeah, the car feels really good, to be honest. I think that's with the new physics in the game, it's one of the better cars as well. And yeah, we also have a race engineer in our team. And I'm also learning currently, so we got a really good setup together for the race. But in the end, it wasn't enough. Just some strategical mistakes.
Main differences to the old one, and don't say top speed because it's too easy.
No, the grip is way higher than on the old Porsche as well. You don't slide that much anymore through the corners. Feels really good overall. Yeah, and the top speed, it is a must.
I suspect there is a counter side though. It's not everything good.
I didn't even had that much of a counter side. Like, it's a really balanced car.
Ah, I thought there was a counter side.
No, there
Ah,
isn't.
okay. Okay, never mind then. Okay, I thought there was a counter. The way you're saying, like, yeah, it's all good, but nice.
But
No, I thought there was a counter. Like, okay, so a pretty balanced car, everything has it, but the question then comes out: why it's not winning then? If it's just with drive through for your car. That's
yeah, I just seen it. Oh god.
then commenters of course. But effectively, the car. I don't understand why the car then isn't on the top if it's so good.
Yeah,
I never
because
drove
it
it, so
wasn't too
you have to tell
low.
me.
Yeah. At least I can speak for our car. Our strategical decisions weren't the best at some points. We had also a lot of incidents, and yeah, we're not the best drivers.
But technically with the new tires it should be all easier because I know that now there is a good thing that different drivers can use the same setup just by changing the pressures effectively. So you can, like for example, I take as example me, that I like a more loose rear. I could like lower the pressure compared to someone that wants a more stable rear. So is it? Have you did you go? Okay, it's terrible. I want to say four things in once and I didn't say a thing. Uh, did you go by this kind of tactics of basically changing the pressure for each driver, or just did you stick with a single value of pressure and then the drivers had to get used to them?
We had like one tire pressure at the starting, which I've done, and like everybody has driven their laps, they were all about the same, so we didn't need to change that much on the tire pressures.
Okay. And effectively, just a couple more questions. First of all, how has it been to go into the rain dry for at this point nearly 21 hours?
Yeah, at the start I was driving the first two stints, they were really horrible with the rain, then it was gone for half an hour, then the rain was coming up back up, the tires were sometimes way too low, sometimes way too high, but now during the last stint, like I've had also two midnight after 1 hour where it was completely dry and like it was going with slicks on that. And yeah, there it was fine, but now in the heavy rain, wet tires were just better and overall way safer. And we also got with our setup some good conditions for the wets. Just got a little bit slippery through the end of the stint.
And just one more thing is that uh, effectively, have you uh, have you chose the Porsche because of just the old one was good, so this one has to be better, or did you go for it because of any other reason, effectively? Because maybe you went for another reason.
No, we're just using the Porsche since we've started this team. Like we never driven any other car.
Ah, okay. So basically, you are the Porsche customer team.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
So everything that's Porsche, it's doable.
Yep.
But thank you. If you want, now you have complete freedom. You can add whatever you want to add. Questions, even to me. I don't know. Maybe you do questions to me. Addition, everything. If you want to say something, free air.
No, I don't really have any additional things out of you're doing a really good job with all these races and all the setups. Where a big thanks for you.
Thanks. And yeah, this was Fabian Karner for the Advisor Racing Team.
I hope I see you on track.
See ya. and they are currently in 16th place, 15 seconds behind. 15 seconds behind. I can't read it. It's too little. Sebastian Alexander Nod? Wait, let me do something. Yep. Yep, I was right. So Sebastian Alexander Nod into the number 19, and then I think we can go with a bit of a all around with the cars at this point. As the 203 goes into the pits from Mr. Spino. But I have to take these, otherwise it's a bit of an issue going for it. And obviously you just heard one of the advisor drivers, but whoever you are, you can just join here. Okay. You can just join here and say whatever you want, effectively, even discuss about what I was saying about. I need to go here. Okay, so we have in first place a 737 FRL car leading the race. Then there is the 212 Mission Spino Porsche 911992 3 laps behind. Currently on the wheel is Maximilian Bascher, and then there is Mick Schulz, Kaspar Baratell and Raphael Zompel helping him, and behind it's Skyler Rovering and the 52 Lamborghini Evo 2, one of the new cars, well, the second of the new cars being added to the game, and technically the most OP cars, the most OP car in the field, and that's for the Bricks Racing with Jakob Schaber in the 202 Mission Spino, following behind 6 seconds behind the Lamborghini. With him it's Manrum, Johnny Manrum, Gilles Saleman and Yannick Blues. And behind is 331 Terence Keenan, an absolute beast, possibly one of the most promising prospects of the sim racing world, considering he has been racing for not even 6 months, and he is already faster than many drivers that I've been racing with for the Eclipse Racing Esport. Then number 18 is Tom Curtin in the Assetto Racing team, following 13 seconds behind. We were 2 seconds apart at the beginning of the stint, and then Tom Curtin fell off the rails a bit. We still have the 42 MG, which doesn't really have a name, this one here. No, the number 42 without a name. Number 80, Fanny Christoph in GTR Masters, is 9 laps behind the leader, and the current state in a bit of a trouble, considering that they were very much up in the leaderboard before the ending of my stint, essentially, but the beginning of the race. And it's Daniel Bruder. His name I always mess it up because yes, but Ribtech Racing is driving it. And then there is Redfern in the 74 Big Brain Porsche. They were even in 4th at the beginning of the race, and then they slowly fell off the race too, and now they are in 10th with Jeremy Ricciardo in the number 1 Bentley. Only Bentley on track, and Audi Sport Champions is currently trying their best to stay where they are, with Hill a lap behind. David Hill in the pink Porsche, number 25 Wesset Racing. Should be the Wesset Racing. It is indeed the Wesset Racing. Number 99 in the 992 GT3 with Nick Langner, the 26 Aston Martin. They are currently in 13th place, and the Big Brain Racing team is the second of the 2 cars currently ongoing. And then Marco Schaber into 203 mission Spino with some issues during the race, while Lovering is now in front of Zompel that just exited the pits. And then it's the number 19 Nod, the German driver in the 19 driving it, and currently sitting in 15th place. But a dog race in Germany is just 15 seconds in front of Novak. No, wait. Okay, yes. 15 seconds in... no, 15 seconds and a lap, I think it is. Behind Nod in the Advisory Racing team, with Rob Strafford, FRL Mercedes in 17th place. 792 Eclipse Racing Esports Academy in 18th. With Du Rohan, French team, in the Rohan Ufwololo, with Fabio Giuffriden 180 Italian Job Car. Luca Giannone for the E-Trucks Racing in 21st, and then it's Rowdy Boons for the FRL Porsche in the 999. In last place currently, 22nd place. So this was the all around with the cars, with just more than 2 hours and a half to go. The Lamborghini 52 is currently sitting there in second. And lapping quite quickly, 52.5. I think we'll go for a lap with it. Oh, maybe the next one, because effectively this one is in half. So we go with a lap later on with the V10 Audi, with the Italian everything else, but engine and everything along, and with it is from the German manufacturer. Lamborghini that gained some customers probably, but also lost some others with the LMH, LMDH programs, because Ferrari effectively is into it too, and Ferrari is a bit more of a name than Lamborghini. But we'll go with a lap with him as we go into the inside cockpit for the Lamborghini driver. So this was a lap with the V10. The V10 rolling into the distance. Now maybe I can see. Okay, I can't. Yoo-hoo. Don't know why with the new update I can't see the speed trap anymore. For some reason. So I will never know again the speed. Yeah. But look at the Steam's timer. I think Tom Curtin will be next one to go into the pits. With a Steam timer which is very close to an ending. 1 hour and 01 seconds. So not this one, the next one. You will go into the pits compared to Giannone that went just now. You saw it into the distance. So we are now 2 hours and 48 minutes before the end. The pages that are already set most likely for the first actually in the first 3 places it's still a battle because it's Schaber and Tompel one after the other in the car. So is that Schaber will go into the pits very close, well, very much in the next 4 laps, considering the car is with 57 minutes on the go. Same goes for Kina with 55, Curtin with 1 hour and 02. So these 3 are on a different tactic compared to Zompel, Overink and the leader. But effectively this puts my mind a bit on the situation now. It's still a battle, this one, with Woodward that passes the Honda. Very slow, so Bruno is now in 21st place. With the Lamborghini in the middle. And they gain a position because of the lead cars. So even at the tail end of the grid, trying to get as much I would say correct as possible. In fact, I think they let the Honda pass by again, maybe. S999 is now back in last place. They've been lapping quite slowly. 57.6 was the last lap by the Porsche lineup, and Tom Curtin is going into the pits. Number 18 is now going for the change of tires, refuel, and maybe even driver change, while Schaber, 02 that was involved into a very early incident, losing several laps from there. They try to recover as much as possible. No, they are 1 second behind their sister car. Sister car that is on a completely different tactic, but also way ahead of the 202, mostly because they didn't crash, effectively. And put the car into a halt, but the red flag also, the red flag because of several issues, happened to help some drivers and put some others into some trouble. Now Schaber is just 8 times away from the 212, but I don't think an overtake will happen, mostly because the car here is still with a pit pending because of stint limit for stint limit regulations. And there is a car going into the distance there. It was an Aston, I think it was the 26. So I wouldn't be surprised if this very lap that the two goes in the pits rather than battling with Zomper. And the 42 is into the wall! Into the wall in just after... We can go here. After the left-hander. Oh, they went into the grass and tried to throttle as much as possible and still damage to the car. Some other damage to the car compared to what they... No, they didn't have, sorry. I was mistaking it for another car, and now 42 has some damage that has to be repaired, and number 80, which is a lap behind them, can have the chance to unlap compared to 42 just here, and then there is still Jakob Scheber. Half a second behind the teammates. On a completely different route. So now possibly they will start battling just because of let's understand who is the best driver. I wouldn't be surprised. Zomper is still 7.5 seconds behind Lovering. Last lap has been a 52.3 for Lovering, 53.3 for Zompel, making it quite clear which one of the two cars is stronger. And in fact the Mercedes is going into the pits, no crossing the line because it's a 5 seconds penalty otherwise. Which at this point is... It destroys the race in a sprint, but here a 5 seconds is effectively nothing. If you get it once or twice, not if you get it like 15. Track limits are enforced as much as possible, as physically possible, and now Terence Keenan gets into just a lap behind the Schaber, with also Tobin. Tobin is way below, but effectively Terence Keenan still has to make the mandatory pit, which will happen in the next lap, so we'll go with him for now. I think it's the next one going into the pits, and then we'll go with possibly Lanner. The 26 Aston Martin, because they will be the next one to pit for the stop. I said that it's quite famous for its elongated engine bay. It's also now possibly the quickest car in the car pack. Mostly because the problems regarding the understeer in entry have been absolutely resolved. This car here is also used in GT2 with obviously less aero and more power, because the GT2 regulament effectively tells you to use a car that has less aero power, let's say. The car being shown here, obviously 6-speed gearbox, an engine bay that is a 6.3 liter, so you can understand why the gargantuan engine, 6.3 liter V8 with some huge brakes in the front and the rear. Front 390 millimeters diameter, 355 in the rear, and I think it is the car that has the best advantage in terms of tank, because the fuel tank is possibly one of the few cars that still has a 120 liters tank compared to anyone else. It was lying there also, that's a bit a lap earlier than expected. So we go with Hill for West Racing, and it's 4.7 meters long, the Mercedes obviously, and 2 meters wide, so it's pretty much a limousine. And that's essentially it, with everything else that is the usual. So the only thing that changes is the traction control, which is made by MG, which is also made by Bosch at this point, because Bosch has the partnership with MG. And it's just 3 different settings for the German car that gives the 6.3 liter engine a lot of understeer, but also a lot of speed in every way, even because the car is exceptionally good in the wet. You don't lose it, and it's astonishing how much grip you have in your car while driving it, and another car do effectively, which is used in the most important. Oh, there is a Samsung going wide there into the wall too, to the CLF. In the 42 Aston Martin going into the wall, into the distance. And as I was saying, I can see now the front end damage is getting clearer. And I forgot what I was saying completely. But I'm seeing here if there is anything I have to be aware of. It doesn't seem like. Okay. So, 25 into the pits they go. 12th place for the Vested Racing. The Porsche 992 version. I don't know why they had to add twice this thing here. Like, one thing is enough. Don't need twice. Passenger Mercedes is, well, was already used in some of the most important by some of the most important teams in the world. Williams Esports is possibly the best example out of it, also because of their chance to win everything they are looking at. And essentially now the car is way more reactive. Seems like it's very good. It's creepy as hell, and this tire update really helps the Mercedes and also the Audi. Both cars had issues with the grip, the tires, for different reasons. But one was understeering as hell, and the other was oversteering as hell. Now both cars are drivable, and they are actually going the other way around with some tweaks. The Audi is exceptionally grippy and get back on. Okay. Thanks for the update. So P5 battle may sparkle again, considering they've now switched to their quickest driver. But as I was saying, Mercedes and Audi completely grippy, but for two different reasons. Now the Mercedes can be optimized to go around a corner quicker with a loose rear end, because effectively the issue is that the Mercedes was always undersea because of the massive engine of the dimension of 20,000 football fields. Had immense grip to the front end, but way too much to the rear to let it snap. And now with the newest update, which especially puts the accent on the rear tires more than the front are still the same. Let's put it this way: you can still run 25 camber on the front. It's not a problem. You can do it. You don't have to run 0.1 in the front. You can run 0.25 in the front too. The tires will be worn, but I did some tests. I can assure you, the front tires and the rear tires get worn the same. If you use 0.25 in the front, but not 0.25 in the rear. Obviously, not even a negative, not even slightly positive. You have to be positive on the rear, otherwise the car explodes. But effectively, the wood too, they're going a bit wider. But effectively now the cars are usable. The front is still the same. So the front, whichever car had a pointy front end will stay with a very pointy front end. That's not a problem. It is that cars that were struggling with the rear. So one that was struggling because it was just exploding, and the other, speaking of exploding, that's a 26 going sideways into the bus stop and maintaining the car in one piece, some way or another. And the Mercedes was struggling in the rear because the rear was simply not turning compared to the front, while the Audi was the opposite way around. The rear was just made out of plastic. Now it's the opposite way around, so you can change the tires, the pressure of the tires, and have a better seated car for your needs. So in my opinion, basically it's just low pressures all the way down to the very lower limit. Mostly because this way I have a lot of rotation, and the tires then overheat and they become with more pressure, so you can play with it, and the car basically start having a sort of oh, I have a lot of grip, oh, you don't have anymore. Or not like this. It's completely wrong, to be honest. It's very simplified, but way too much simplified this way. The rear tires basically, what they do, they overheat. And so what this means? This means that the tires start to gain pressure. More pressure means more responsiveness, but less accurate responsiveness of it. I'm telling it terribly. The car turns more with lower pressure because you have more patch and more tire to play with, while with higher pressure you have the opposite. So the car, it's not like it understeers, it's like it has less grip, so you can play less with it. It has less lateral grip if it's more towards the 27 psi than the 26. So the thing is that when you have lower pressure, the car starts to gain pressure on the back. The tires cool down because there is less area on the tarmac, because then they hit less and the pressure gets down again, so they have more area of heat, and like this. If you find the right balance, you basically have a car that has the correct pressure for the correct tunes, which is something incredible. It's actually quite easy to achieve, mostly because you understand which tunes need and require more pressure, and at the end of the lap you understand where you can sacrifice a bit of pressure. Like in the bus stop, you should possibly have a bit more pressure, because you don't need that much grip, lateral grip, compared to this one here, where you need a lot of lateral grip, and the one after and the one after even. So here you need a lot of lateral grip, but the tires can overheat. So that's the issue with the car. At the moment it's effectively Nino Tobben gaining 1 second per lap on Sergio Osorio. And effectively, what it was said earlier on, the number 18 Assetto Racing team, the Dutch driver, is gaining massively on the Portuguese up in front. 9 seconds now is the gap between 5th and 6th, and Tobben is now, what's he demolishing the laps? 52.0. So last lap for Osorio was a 53.1, and Tobben will do a 52.0, maybe 51.6 actually. So quickest car in the whole field, and the Dutch is exceptionally quick at the moment, with 2 hours and a half to go. And as always, if you want to join the commentary booth, you can always do so in any way you really want, even just to. What is happening here? Anyway. Now the number 18 is essentially on the fight for P5, now 8 seconds behind them, and they are currently getting a second and a half per lap with Sergio Osorio on the wheel of the number 331. And I suspect at this point we can start putting the provisions for the pit stops, as there is 2 to 3 stops remaining. Also, I'm looking at the fact that some drivers are on a 45 timer stints, which gives them the chance to pit into 15. To have to do pit stop here is almost impossible. No, you can achieve 2 pit stop if your timer can get the next 14 minutes. So Bruder will have to make another pit stop, because I think they have a 65 minutes timer, and there are 2 hours 24 minutes to go. So at the very least they need still 15 minutes on their timer. And everyone is clear of it, except Bruder, Redfern, And essentially, they are the only two drivers effectively on a odd tactic. And Christoph now, why? Drive through, I suspect, because it wouldn't make any sense. So drive through for number 80 for exceeding track limits. Into the pit they go. And also Williamson in a 792. And that's it. So 3 drivers have to make another pit stop after this one that will come, because otherwise they can get into the end of the race. The situation is simply that, let's say they pit in 65 minutes before the end of the race. Not 60, let's say 62, because you still need a lap, otherwise you get a drive-through. So it's going to a look. So you need 60 minutes. Then you need another 60, and then you need 65, let's say, even, as the 792 is into the pits. And then you need 17 minutes more or less. And this possibly gives actually Lovering and Caddy in a bit of an issue too, because they are on 48 minutes stint timer, while the others are not. And some drivers that just made the pit are also helped by the fact that they can put less fuel in the final stint, as you're now getting there with 2 hours and 20 to go. You are effectively close to a sprint race with 2 only pit stops to go. These drivers are used to 1 hour races, and oh no, they noticed it. Oh no, they noticed the little logo. No, I saw it. Yeah, that's, oh, honestly, as always, intending to give you as many information as I can, which is physically possible. So Lovering, 15 minutes to go. So in 10 minutes they have to make a pit. They can go. Oh wait, they can't. They can't go to the end of the race with 2 pit stops. They need 3. And same goes for the 737 up in front. Simply because they have to pit 15 minutes, but it's very... Okay, maybe they can, but they really have to hope everything goes smoothly. But maybe they can. Just on the very second, but they can. I expect the leader to basically cross the line whenever they want, considering they have a 4 laps lead on the other drivers. Oops. But firstly, now we are with Aston Martin Vantage V8, which, guess what? It is a V8. Oh, Nino Tobben flying into the distance. Nearly losing the car completely. It was very, very close for them to lose the car. And the car being shown here, which is Nino Tobben in the 18, has a V8 biturbo with several horsepower. It has exactly a 4.0 liter V8 biturbo 700 Newton meter of torque, 535 horsepower, and it's completely different to the ancient V12 they were using on the old car. And the car here is quite used, to say the least. Mostly because the car is extremely stable, obviously front-end engine, so it automatically is a very good car, because every front-end engine in this game effectively gives you a very stable platform to play with. At the moment, Assetto Racing team very closely following Sergio Osorio in the 331 Mercedes. 2.2 seconds only is the difference between those two drivers. Something that unfortunately I can't see is the driver's license. I remember you all that in FRL there is a license system where you have essentially a license that dictates your overall pace. You can go from Pro to IM, with Pro, IM and Silver in between. And speaking of which, there is the class you are into effectively says which race you can go and participate to, with the Pro, IM and Silver that needs to go to the rookies, and the Silver and Pro that have to go to the GT3 on Friday, which is the Pursuing Gear GT3. Still, I was hoping to not. At the moment, still raining with the same intensity. It's not going to change to stay like this, and yeah, that's why you can see the same drivers in some series, because they physically can't. They are restricted to the rookies or to the Pursuing Gear GT3, while in the British GT on Tuesday it's free for all. You can be whichever class you are and you can go ahead with it, just that you have to be competent enough to drive a GT3 or GT4 car. Meanwhile, it's the Assetto Racing team, Tobben in 6th place, battling with Sergio Osorio in 5th. So Aston Martin and Mercedes, two of the strongest cars in the whole field. They're battling still with 2 hours to go. And possibly the Mercedes will try to defend as much as possible, because they are a lap behind Aleman. So not really useful to battle. To not battle to get in front, but more likely they will battle as hard as possible to effectively maintain the position, because with 2 hours to go it's quite difficult that any surprise in the front will happen. But more likely in the rear it's still possible, because the race cars are still essentially fighting each other, as Bruder went into the pits 2 hours 14, so they will need to do another pit stop, that's for sure. So Bruder, unfortunately, in the 518 has the worst possible window that has opened, because they are 5 minutes off the chart. So they need another pit stop of this one, and they may lose. Not even may, because you can see now there's 74 Red Fern for Big Brain. He's now in 9th place, just in front of the 518 German team. And effectively this license I was talking about is very much like the one used in the GT World Challenge, except there is Pro, Silver, Gold and Bronze. While in FRL it's basically the same. So you have the Pro, Silver, Pro IM and IM, which is the same thing, to be fair. The name changes, but it's the same. Instead of Pro IM, you have Gold instead of. Oh, into the wall they went! Instead of IM, you have Bronze. Into the wall they went, full on, while they were fighting in the rain. So possibly some aquaplaning. You can see. Oh, they went into the curb. Side damage to the right of the car. That will possibly be an impact to the race. So as I was saying, it's basically the same as in real life, with Pro, Silver, and then only name changes with instead of Gold and Bronze, you have Pro IM and IM. Which actually is not really fair because effectively there are also Pro IM in the real life. It's just that it's a bit different. So we'll stay with it because otherwise it's a mess. Pro IM has like 2 people in a row. It's more like gentleman drivers than anything else. But the solution is the same as in FRL and in real life. So this is pretty interesting one. If you want to be part of the license, there is still some spots for you in both the Pulsing Gear and the Assetto Sim Racing Rookie because, well, because there isn't a reason, it's just because it's like this. And I'm also in the commentary booth for those races, so you can hear me again in those days. But more importantly, you can race again in this community more than once a week. Astoben is back behind Osorio after the hit with the barriers. Now we go into the S's, turn 2 and 3, very high speed, throttle full in, the Mercedes a bit slow on exit, tries to defend the line, but they are on the wet patch, so possibly they will have trouble braking. They cover the outside, as a matter of fact. And Mercedes still in front of the Aston, number 18. This fight can go nearly contact with the Mercedes. The Aston is now still back behind. This battle here is going to be quite interesting for this part of the race. With Nino Tobben still behind the Mercedes ERS, the orange car quite visible from outer space. Then the Astro Racing Team, which is visible only from space, considering the livery. So, battle of artists in the livery booth. With the Mercedes still leading the Aston, so Nino Tobben has to think about something else at the very least, compared to his opponent. With turn 1 that earlier on was the car number 18 was protagonist of a clash with the barriers. Some hours ago that happened, whilst now they have been more conservative and more safe, staying behind there. And now there's also a car, it's Woodward, the 999. No, it's Burns, sorry. I keep saying Woodward, I'm not sure. I'm so used to the 999 being in Woodward sense that automatically that car in my mind is just driven by Woodward. Like he is the only one in the team for 24 hours. So for now, Nino Tobin stays behind the Mercedes. Number 331. That's already second place and found some troubles during the race. While Redfern is into the pits, but compared to Bruder, they have one pit less to do. I bet that the pit stint gets to 0 even by just doing a stop and go. But you still need to go to the pits, so it's basically a drive-through. So you get a drive-through anyway, so at this point. Just take the drive-through if needed. It's easier and quicker. And now 2 times, one after the other. Same time is still long to go for them. So we will not see change. Meanwhile, Lovering went into the pins, which puts Zompel in second and Aleman very close to Lovering. But now maybe there is the chance in a bus stop. The Mercedes on the side stays there. In these conditions, it's quite difficult to make an overtake, because you have to make it safely. And it's quite difficult to make an overtake safely per se. And imagine doing it in the wet. As we go following the 2 cars one after the other. In turn 7 at the 2. To then go into 8, the hill, because this is apparently a boot. They are American, so they will tell me. I'm gonna stay a bit off there into the distance, into the curb. Oh, defending the inside there. It's very close between the 2 drivers. It's basically one after the other. They are very close. You know what? Now they're... No, wait. Now they're even... It's even easier to understand who is where. We are now into the orange car in front of the 18. Chance for Tobin to make it now at the bus stop. It doesn't happen. While Schaber is with some troubles. Yellow flags at the toe and car stopping also. Just in front of the 792. As we go back to the interior, I would say to the cockpit cam of the Aston number 18, the Mercedes a bit off there on the outside. Now there are also some backmarkers getting in the way. They could help or not, one of the two. Usually the car is lapping is essentially way more helped. No, the car is following the car in front is way more helped by the back markers, mostly because the car in front has to find the route, while the driver behind just has to follow, so it gets easy. And in these conditions, it also gets easier for the driver. Now there is a possible overtake after turn 1. Mercedes not really giving any chance, trying to cover the inside, a bit more on the outside, and this time I think Mercedes is off. Into the inside they stay, but Aston has more grip on the outside. He puts the Mercedes behind Tobben in 5th place. So now the Aston Racing team has the chance to go and keep on going. And effectively just staying there because Aleman is 2 laps be in front. Unless Sergio can follow. And remember that these are multiple drivers teams, so possibly DRS maybe are using Sergio now. Maybe to the end they will use another driver quicker, or maybe Nino Tobben was the Joker card. The next teams will be given to a less powerful driver. Everything still has to be declared. Already 1.5 seconds is the gap between Tobben and Aleman. And in the last lap, Tobben and Zorio, sorry. And in this lap only, the Assetto Racing team has gained nearly 2 seconds. 53.4 for Tobben, 55.1 for Zorio, which gives the car in 5th place a good fight to run away. Something exploded. To run away into 5th and to get the top 5 that they so much aim for. With there in the orange, white and black. Closely following behind. But the current situation, the real fight may be between White House in 74 and 518 up ahead, because the big brain 74 is a bit behind the German lineup. In the current situation, it's going to be possibly Bruder effectively is out of the pits, has been just out of the pits. No, wait, let me see this in time because maybe I'm confusing them. No, it's actually Bruder Whitehouse. Whitehouse has been out of pits less than Bruder because Bruder went in repeats 13 minutes ago, and Whitehouse did 7, and also Whitehouse is lapping quite slowly. 54.6 compared to Bruder. This time I made a 54.9, but earlier on he made a 53.8. Now in fact they go into 54.5, so consistent, but a bit slower. But they need just to stay a minute behind Bruder to gain 9th place, because Bruder still has to make, well, not only Bruder, but the 518 lineup. So essentially Daniel Bruder, Florian Graf, Sebastian Richter, Marcel Vischer and Andreas Beer for the Ribtech Racing. They have to find a minute to stay in front of their rivals at the moment. 35 seconds behind. the gap between 6th and 5th now is 4 seconds. So in a matter of couple of laps, it's already very different now. As Sompel is about to make the pits for the Mission Spino. Spino that had a very difficult afternoon yesterday after their main car was in the lead and crashed out. The 202 the 202 now in 4th. The 212 now in the coverage had some trouble, and the 203 is very much below the expected result, with many mistakes and contacts along the way. But three cars are lapping quick. Remember that the 202 already has gained and won the first of the 6 months CDA bundle. I think so. Maybe. Like I know if you go into the pits without stopping. No box, no fill, no nothing, only drive through. If I remember correctly, yes. Like you can go for a drive-through and it resets the scene timer, if I remember correctly. You can do it. Class 25. In the middle of the toe. The sentence out of context really puts... Out of context is terrible. But at 25, breaking weight late and stalling the car too. But Classens for the Assetto Racing is still in 12th place. They are 1 minute clear of Schaber in the 203. So yeah, that's the reason in the chat. As long as there is no penalty if you do a drive-through, is steam timer resets. It counts for it, so you can do it without any issue. So now Langner is getting closer and closer to Schaber, number 26. Nick Langner for the second Big Brain Racing. For position behind their main one. And I don't know their nationality, unfortunately. Oh no, now it shows. It's oh no, well, I was looking at the wrong driver. I was looking at 19 Anger and not Langner. Apologies. Because I think is I was watching into the left, and not the right, the bottom right. Great to me. But the German driver is now 9 seconds behind the Schaber. The other German. So the two drivers are getting closer, not because Schaber wants it this way, but mostly because Langner do, and they go into the pits because effectively I wasn't looking at the steam timer. The steam timer is actually 43. Oh, it's a drive-through. So drive-through for exceeding track limits for the car number 26 that was about to race with the 203, and this drive-through effectively puts a halt to their chase. As we go to number 26, very slowly into the pits. You lose 30 seconds because of it. 30 seconds, exactly 30. Last second more. Except the turn in, pit in, pit out. But you actually cut turn 1. So maybe you gain it back. But it's essentially a 30 seconds penalty applied to the number 26 in 14th place. Now 35 seconds behind Schaber. So this puts the fight, the possible fight between, looking at the scene timer at the very least, between Felgen and Zompel, because now Zompel will go with him, because Rafael Zompel for the mission spin-off has to go into the pits. And proceed to do their mandatory pit stop for scene timer. For a scene timer. Now, last lap for Felgen was a 51.4, while Zompel made a 56.1. I suppose it was a mistake by Zompel, and I didn't look at it because we were going with Schaber that is now doing the pit because of the steam timer. 1 hour 4 minutes and 22 seconds, so it was quite close there. But last time was just a 56.1, so it was either a terrible mistake or something similar. The gaps, as the times now are getting quicker and quicker, tiny bit. And in fact, he lapped in 33.3. So now line 26 is now in 14th place, by the way. And Felgen, with his rhythm, is going to get into second place by the end of the race. Because 2 seconds per lap, it's basically 15 laps. Let's make mistakes into account, so like let's do 20 laps. As we are now at lap 600. Now that I noticed it. So 737, lap 600 being completed. And with 2 hours to go, we may go into 650, possibly, maybe even more. So the number 737, 4 laps clear. It's now with 600th lap being completed, and there is Zompel and the Felgen lapping at 2 seconds. Seconds of gap. I was looking if I could find something else here, but I can't. So as of now, I was looking at the sector mainly. If I could find maybe something odd. And effectively it's... the first sector is very odd. Especially the last one as they go into the pits. As the car can't make it anymore. With just less than a minute to go on their pit stint timer. And now possibly Felgen will have the chance to pass Zompel in the mission spin car. And as a matter of fact, they also overtake their teammate in the 203. Or rather than overtake, more like they go past in front of the lapped car. And Horvath with yellow flags being shown. Oh, it was already too late there. They went into the wall after the bus stop. So, damage in the front end for the car number 80, 10 laps behind the leader, and in front of the 518. And now Basher is 3 seconds behind their second teammate. So Basher in the 212 Porsche behind, 3 seconds behind. Oh! Someone was died in there. It was Durhan going full speed into Toe's wall. Okay, they didn't brake and we lost a car. We lost the car in 11th place. Which is number 1. We lost someone else. The 173 is also going into the pits there. I missed which car it was. Be completely honest. I'm trying to understand who that was. Klassen is still here, Langen is still here. Anger 2, Morskin. Yes, I think it was. I can't really comprehend who that was. Maybe I can check here. 518, possibly. Oh, they're back. It was indeed the number 1. I was clear. Michael Fernandez now in the wheel, so possible disconnection for the Bentley. That is now in 12th place back, the very least, but they have to wait 2 minutes and a half for the towing procedures. As we go back to Basher, I think it's more interesting to see than the stopped Bentley, who is getting. I'm interested about the times compared to the Lamborghini at the very least, because 51.7 was Felgen's last lap, as also 203 lost the position on 203 gained the position on number 1. So now the Bentley is in 14th place. And now Basher lapped in 52.5, so still losing a second per lap from Felgen. Still has to pit, so with this rhythm the overtake may happen in the next laps. Stint timer taken into account too. Just because with the stint timer the car number 52, maybe I say something stupid actually. Not that usually I say something very clever, but let me see. Felgen 22 minutes, because Alemanov is still has a bit. 22 minutes. Let's make 62 the very least. So 1 hour and 04. I think they are close. They are very close, but I think they can make it to the end with this current situation, and same goes for Basher. So effectively, as of now, the only driver that has to miss out on this top 4 is Aleman, because they still have to make at the very least another pit. Speaking of Aleman, I think it's clever to go in their perspective, in a bit of traffic. And the same goes for Tobben in the 18. The same goes for Osorio in the 331. So maybe they still have to make the pit, but at this current situation, I think with Felgen flying in 51.1, of the quickest car all around the race, if it's unfortunate to see them not winning these. It's because they deserved it. Only driver using... Oh, the 42 is off. Contact with the 19. Seems like it. And they went furiously into the wall. Has there been a contact? So, apparently no. So we'll just go back myself. So we go back to see what happened from the interior cam. They're going quite much to the left. We have to brake here. They clearly didn't. They tried to stop into the wall, and that's why the damage to the car happened. So a huge front end damage to the Aston Martin, drove by Ivan Gagarinov in the team number 42. It always makes me chuckle a bit that they don't have a name, so I don't know. And Basher is now 1.5 seconds closer to Aleman, which at this point I think they are just trying to get to the finish line as quick as possible. In terms of championship, they are still fighting, obviously. Oh! Aleman nearly losing it on turn number 12. 11, sorry. This cycle doesn't have 12 turns, as obviously Gagarinov goes into the pits. So turn number 11, the rear being a bit loose on entry. And since there, it's been lost, I think a second has been lost. Stobern goes into the pits too, for the mandatory pit stop. And with 1 hour and 40 to go, you can see how quick they are trying to go. They are not really calm on that. They are really pushing the car as much as possible. Zamozorio is back in 5th, but for a very for a very little time. Since they still have to make their mandatory pit stop for stint timer. So Mr. Spino possibly are very happy with the current result. P3 and 4 after everything that has happened is definitely a very good result for them. That, I'll be honest, I didn't expect to see the 202 so much back in front, even into 4th place. No, they are 3rd now, but it essentially is useless, this 3rd place. Less maybe not. Less maybe not, because let me see. They pit now, 65, they have to make another pit. 9 minutes, they have to make another pit. No, okay, yes. They will be 5th. 4th. Whichever way we put it around, they will be in 4th place, no matter what. Because Bashar still needs to make a pit, but so does Aleman has to make 2. 1 now, and 1 in 65 minutes, just by... So this leaves the car number 202 with possibly 30 minutes of final moments to play with the car in a bit more lighter, in a lighter variation, half fuel most likely. And with the wetter weather, you actually need even less fuel, mostly because you go a tiny bit slower. So this means that essentially they will go with 40% of the capacity of the tank capacity, and with traction control, I think on 2. I can't remember how much liter you need here, possibly 2.6. So they will go with 50 liter even. They could set very quick times, but they need to gain an entire minute on Bashar at the very least, which makes it very hard. They will need to recover a minute in 30 minutes. You can understand where the issue is, considering that a lap is nearly 2 minutes. In 15 laps they need to make 60 seconds. So 4 laps, 4 seconds a lap. It's a bit too much to ask for, but they can still hope. Obviously, not really. I don't think this will happen anytime soon, but they can still hope the sister car makes a mistake somewhere, and then they can go and overtake. The sister car in the 2-1-2 with Maximilian Bascher driving it, with Kaspar Baratella, Mick Schulz, Rafael Ksampel. Its teammate, this is their lineup. While behind is Johnny Manrum, Gilles Saleman, Jacob Scheiber, and Yannick Plus driving the car. We are with the Mercedes mostly because I'm interested to see when they will pit, as the stint timer is very close to the end. And this will be the second to last pit stop with 1 hour and 30 to go. So for people to make just another pit stop, they need at least to be on 30 minutes. The maximum is 30 minutes as of now. And the 331 is going into the... Oh, it's a bit off the road there. After the buff stop, a bit too much wide there. Losing the car on grass. Tires a bit flattened, but at the very least they didn't lose the car altogether. But certainly the 18 will be quite happy to know about this, because they were fighting with it, as the 202 is now into the pits. I think Sergio will be the second one on online to make it. After the half spin, it's highly likely that they will go either now or in the next lap, because effectively it doesn't change the situation, which puts the car number 51 back to make a pit, and in fact they go to change the tires. And they go into the pit, same tactic as Aleman then, which leaves in the top end, still driving the car and still trying to gain as much as possible. As Felgen is showing yellow flags. Oh, Felgen showed yellow flags here. Oh, they made contact with 792. I wasn't expecting it. I want to see it back, because this has major podium implications from the helicam. Or 792 went wide, and I thought it was just a matter of bad luck. I want to see it back from the 792 perspective. This one effectively just went wide, not really any fault on them, and the Lamborghini didn't see them. So this puts Felgen in many troubles, because they have to both repair the car and essentially losing the chance to fight for third. Because if they pit now, they are... Okay, if they pit now, they can't make it. It's impossible now. Okay. So now, Now it's a bit hard because they are 1 hour and 33 to go. They need to get at the very least to the 65-minute timer, and they have front end damage. And they also have the sim timer to play with. So possibly the best choice is to go into the pits to just repair the car. For now they stay off. And I think they will stay off for the rest of the night. Obviously, I know I'm going to it many times, but I want to see from the perspective. Okay, from this perspective, it doesn't really make sense in my eyes. Why they didn't even slow down. The car was clearly going sideways. And I think this was just a misunderstanding by Felgen's side. In case there will be a penalty applied. Speaking of penalties, the fact that a lot of times I didn't went through it. Because at the current state there has been recently there have been 2 incidents that I didn't see. Car 999 attempted to correct position when oncoming traffic is approaching and this causes a collision with an oncoming vehicle. 30-second penalty and 5 penalty points to 999. Which was not shown on here, so it happened before I was into the stream. And the second one is just a cross of the line by car number 1, resulting in 5-second penalty and 1 penalty point to the car number 1 because they crossed the line on entry. Car number 1 now in 14th place. Number 1 that found some issues considering a disconnection happened. And 173 I'm hearing they stopped in the middle of the course. The reason why we go from the interior cam. Oh, they braked into the grass, over the grass, and then they spun. So this means car having some flat spots in the rear. Nothing to worry too much about even because the 999 is 16 plus 3 laps behind. I think we can go quickly with a lap. Currently, I think we can go with... I don't know which number to go with. It's because the gaps are very far between each other. Keenan currently is now 21 seconds behind the top and they've been lapping the same. So I think we can go with a lap with the leader, 737. Just starting it. No, they've been not starting it, so we'll go later on during the beginning of the lap. Because in 202, after the pit stop, they are 1 minute and 10 seconds behind the leader, behind the teammate, the 212. So effectively, I think they will stay with 4th place. considering in 28 minutes we start the last 24th of the race. As is Novak trying to a lap against the second Porsche. With the advisor racing team in 16th place, 7 times behind Anger in 15th. But still a lap behind them. Svergen is now lapping 52.3, so apparently the incident wasn't that impactful for their raw speed, quite surprisingly, to be honest. I thought there was way worse consequences to the driver in the 52 Lamborghini. Now in second place, and just behind is the leader, so we can go with a lap with Marco Chedi, just starting now. So this was a lap with your leader of 4 laps, with clear of 4 by Reodor Felgen. Just 1 minute behind the leader on track, while on the leaderboard is 4 laps. With then Maximilian Becher in the 212 Mission Spino, and Johnny Manum in 4th place, the 202 Mercedes. Then Nino Tobben in 5th place, number 18 Aston Martin. Teschina in the 331 Eclipse Racing Esport in 6th. Then we have Henrik Horvath in 7th place, in the number 80 BMW GT3 Masters, and it's Gagarinov in 8th place, 1 lap in front of Bruder. The bus stop currently ongoing. with Whitehouse following behind in the Porsche 911 992 version, with David Hill following in 11th place, and Daniel Morgenstern 12th place for the 203 Mission Spino. And after then it's Van Dijk 8 seconds behind Morgenstern, as they were in 11th place before the connection issues, with Townsend in 14th, 9 seconds behind. Then it's Martin Anger 15th, 2 laps behind them, and Novak following, trying to unlap himself, with Craig Hill in 17th place in the number 2 FRL Mercedes, and Nigel Longden in 792 ERS car. Following is Forge in the number 12. With Giuffrida also following, but 2 laps behind the car number 12. With Giannone in 21st, 173 Honda, and Merchant concluding the leaderboard, the 999. So we'll go with here. I think I need to see something, because something is wrong here. It doesn't make much sense. Which I suspect, I thought there was way more damage implication to the car number 52, but seems like the damage is not even hitting them. They are still the quickest race car on track. 51.6 was the last lap being set by Felgen, and everyone else is into the 52. Only exception is the 51.960 set by Bacher in third in the Porsche. But these new Evo cars are very interesting, to say the least. Let's see if there is any. There is indeed an outcome just now. So Simone Biagini, NFA, for an incident that happened an hour ago. So, not sure which one there. But at the moment, Radolf Felgen is flying with his car, 51.5, and his opponent, Maximilian Bacher, now setting another lap time. He's going to be a 52.1, so there is just a single car into the 51 at the moment, officially speaking, which leaves the chance to second place high for the Lamborghini lineup that will need to make the pit in 19 minutes, but the steam timer is showing 48 until the 63rd minute. There are only 15 minutes, so they will get to the pit stint timer on the second. Very close for the Lamborghini lineup that will not need to make another pit stop. Same goes for Marco Cady in front, but they are in front by 4 laps, so there is not really impactful a bit more. while Felgen is the 52 very close to missing the pit window, and this will mean that Bacher would get into second place. Now just behind the teammate. As the 212 is approaching turn 11, behind the 203 drove by Morgenstern. Team that is currently putting 3 cars on track. And the teammate is not really giving up the place, the current state, as the 212 has to think about making it first. I thought the opposite. No, they are side by side. Battle against teammates. With the 203 braking just earlier than the lapping car. Currently into lap 6, 104. While Morgenstern is in lap 603, so 11 laps of difference between the two drivers. Maximilian Bacher is a bit wide there on toe. And I think I can go here. I need to do something quite... And can't find this. This one the correct, the wrong one. I was trying to mess up with a CCTV a bit. Apparently I clearly did it wrong. But for now we'll go with Whitehouse for some laps. Okay, as there is a 5-second penalty. Car number 26 crosses the pit entry and will receive a 5-second penalty. Car 26 now in 14th place. Suspect James has a line detector there for whoever goes into the pits. As Dan Whitehouse driving for Big Brain Racing, and in the team with only 2 of the drivers, Matt Redfern and Luca Amaral. Even if I think, well, I can just check it for just to be sure, as the number 74 here, as effectively just 3 drivers for 24 hours, so it's 8 hours each. Quite a difficult approach for them. 8 hours each is doable. You just need to be very much on point. We are on TV. No, I'm trying to put everyone on live at least once. Like it's 22 of you, and you are all making this race happening. So I think it's mandatory to at least show you once. As the track will remain like this, possibly until the end of the race with this rhythm. I don't suspect there will be any dry line at the end of the race. At the current moment, the 74, as I said, is just with 3 drivers. And this effectively is quite a brave choice. Mostly because with 3 hours you have to make the stints work perfectly. As 934 is into the wall. Oh no, Novak. Something happened to the advisor racing team. So they go here. They go from the wing. They lose the rear. They try to brake. And they hit the wall. I didn't expect the rear end to the engine to shut off. But possibly anti-stall went on to avoid it. Ah, thank you, mate. I don't. I didn't do much. I'm just doing the usual, nothing too heavy. But thanks a lot. And at the current situation, there is also the steam timer coming to a halt, and Bruder will be the first car to understand the issue about steam timing, because they are into the 62nd minute, and they will not be able to get into the 65 minutes to go, so they will need to make another couple of pits. At this point they can make it even now and just go for half the fuel, or they can go to a drive-through, which is also a good choice. Depends if their pressures are correct or not. So effectively they will have a drive-through handled for exceeding steam timing, because at this point 30 seconds is a drive-through. And I'm quite surprised to see not many BMW, considering that they usually are the never-ending choice. That it's usually the car that is chosen the most, thanks to its stability and easiness to be driven. While here there are just 3 BMW, of which just 2 are in the top 10 and 0 are in the top 5, with 2 Astons, 1 Mercedes, a Lamborghini and a Porsche in the top 5. So this really puts that there isn't a real stronger car, but more likely it's the entire team that makes it happen. So 1 hour and 10, 70 minutes to go, and it is the due date for Daniel Bruder, the 518 in the Ribtech Racing, as they can't physically go more than this. They will possibly go through a drive-through to avoid the penalty, which is another drive-through, so at the end it's the same. Because if the steam timer is a drive-through, to the surprise of no one. Like, thanks, I know. The penalty is effectively what you had to do, so at this point take it already. And I expected, like, I don't know why I suspected a stop and go. Like, considering the fact that the speeding in the pit is a stop and go, and crossing the line thrice is a drive-through, I expected that exceeding steam timing would have been more than just a drive-through, because it's already a drive-through, this one, to undergo. As the matte livery goes into the pits, change of tires, and maybe they are, no, okay, they are not. They will not be lucky enough to get out of the pits when needed, for obvious timing concerns. And in all of these, Terence Keenan has gained back to 20 seconds, so effectively just 2 seconds have been gained. Not much to Nino Tobben, that is lapping 52.7 in the last lap. Magnum with just 54.0. So quite a slow lap for the Dutch driver in the 202 car. Going a bit wide there on toe as the Lamborghini passes by. Remember that they still have front end damage and maybe side damage, but the current situation with the weather clears them of the issues regarding the weather. It's because in wet circumstances the damage is way less impactful. It's basically like having a GT4 kind of situation. While I saw a yellow flag, Jos Van Dijk showing yellow flags as they nearly impacted with the car number 518 with Beer driving it, and they made the overtake on the outside, even on the grass. The one that is now 8 seconds clear of Townsend, trying to follow them. In terms of stint timing, everyone still has to make a pit stop effectively. It's very close for KD, Felgen and Whitehouse, because they are now in an hour. In the final hour of the stint timing. But luckily for them, they will have the chance to pit. Just when it's more needed. So the current situation, I'm just questioning which one of them will make it first. Between KD 737, 52 Felgen and Whitehouse in the 74, even if effectively Whitehouse maybe not, because Beer is behind them, but both drivers still have to pit. So I think Whitehouse, well, Beer has to gain 22 seconds in an hour, which is not impossible. While up in front, all of them have to make the pit anyway. Suspect Felgen will wait the very final second to make it. And there's been 2 NFAs. Also, multiple drivers are starting now to trying to hand as many penalties as possible to the competitors, because I'm seeing a numerous amount of drivers asking for penalties that don't happen. So now it's Marco Kelly still in the lead for the FRL Aston, with Redor Felgen in the Bricks Racing and Maximilian Bascher in the Porsche Mission Spino. So 3 different cars and teams in the first 3 places. To see the first combo, so to see the first name that we already saw, we just have to go a position behind, because Mandarum is the second Mission Spino and the first Mercedes, with Tobin being the second Aston in the 18 Aston Racing team and Keenan being the second Mercedes in 6th place, with Horvath being just the first of the BMW in 7th and Gakarinov in the Aston 42, with Whitehouse in the Porsche and Andreas Beer in 10th place. Now Felgen goes into the pits for their mandatory pit, and this leaves Basher with the position being gained. As also Whitehouse went into the pits for the same reason. And also Marco Cady went to do so. So this leaves Basher with effectively the chance to try to go as quick as possible for the next 20 minutes and then make the pit. Lovering that decided to repair the car, and 17 seconds have been wasted to do so. So essentially, understanding the situation, they went into the pits and repaired the car, having more than 17 seconds of gap between them and the Mission Spino behind. You know, the current situation, the track will remain wet and will not change. Not change in terms of not even variation of the rain intensity. It will stay like this. As Van Dijk is now just 1.7 seconds behind Morgenstern. They are on the same tactic. Nevertheless, so if possible, the Morgenstern will have to give up the position. We go here. Number 12 is into the wall at the bus stop. Something happened here as they went braking there, and they didn't anymore. They tried to brake, they tried to not go into the wall. And it's clear that they were way too quick for doing such a thing. While we go here with Van Dijk just behind the bus stop. Van Dijk taking the outside on the Porsche and closes the overtake even before the bus stop. So the Benz is now in 12th place, just in front of the 203 Porsche with 1 hour to go, and we are getting close to the final stint of the race. That will leave us with the only question of will they effectively conclude the race, with Basher that still has to make it. And okay, maybe it's quicker to say who doesn't have to make one, which is just the 52 and the 737 second and first, while everyone else still has to make it. Okay, maybe even Barf in the 934. They are very, very close to making it, so I think they actually have to make another one because their actual stint timer is 5 minutes, and they have to hope that the leader completes the race within the time they have left outside of the timer, so 40 seconds. They have to hope that the leader crosses the line with no more than 1 minute to go, otherwise they will be out and they will be obliged to make a drive-through as the 12 is going into the pits for repairing the front end of the car. They are two laps before in front of Giuffrida and 8 behind Longden, so essentially not really a position change in the particular situation. Tobin is now 20 seconds behind Manrum on track, but there is still an entire lap of difference between the two. As Gagarinov goes into the pits to... I think it's a drive-through. It's... maybe it's not. Trying to understand if it is. Okay, it's not a drive-through. They are into the pits to stop the car and change tires. Behind is also the 999 going into the pits. Daniel Merchant driving it. And Tripolito is now on the car for the last stint. Bakker is still driving it. And he goes also into the pits. Just behind the number 80. So both drivers into the pits. Orvath and Bakker. Number 80. Several laps behind in 618th. While Bakker is in 624th lap. And at this point, just a handful that still have to make it. This is in the top end of the leaderboard. As Triple 9 goes away off the pit. So at the current situation, Lovering has the quickest lap time being set with a 45.2, and they will get home with Coach Dave Academy because the track will not get dry at the end of the race. It will stay wet, so this means that they will have the 6 months provided by Coach Dave Academy as a prize for the fastest lap being set. A bit wide on the grass they go. Ascalene Lovering is in second place here with Bakker in third. After the pit with 22 seconds of difference. 45.2 by Lovering. That's the fastest lap being set by the 52 Brinks Racing. And the current and definitive, because no one will make it different, definitive lap that will bring Coach Dave Academy 6-month profile subscription paid to the 52's door, and there is a 20-second gap between Bakker and Lovering that will possibly not be covered in the next 53 minutes unless there is an incident. Lovering in a bus stop. There's also been anger into the pits. So what happened here is Lamborghini going way too quick on the bus stop and destroying the car on the front end. So the second I said it, the second I said that the 52 had it on, car 52 is off into the barrier, and they will require some damage repair, so this will leave the 212 and possibly even man room to overtake the 52 Brinks. This is massive for the race, as currently car number 19 went into the pits in 15th. Martin Anger, as I said earlier, just to be sure, because I saw a yellow flag foot that went off, and this puts Barf a lap more in front. So now I'm questioning the ability of car number 52 So I'm quite interested to see the trouble being gained by this car here. If we go from a little replay. Okay, this is not where I wanted to be. I think it was better to go like this. As Gagarinov is showing yellow flags into the toe. Something happened here. Ah, they just lost the rear. Nothing very different from many similar incidents that happened around them. So I want to see if I can make it. Maybe next lap, possibly. But it's quite interesting to see if they want to stay off into till racing with a demolished front end. I suspect a 30 seconds of damage at the very least. But Baker is now getting closer. 4 seconds per lap being gained by Mission Spino car. At this point, they just have to survive with this Lamborghini. As unfortunately, there was impact that you can now see from this replay. If it all went well, at the very least. You can see from the inside. And obviously, cut in the middle. Fantastic. As always. Like, every time it doesn't work like I want to. I promise I can make it. Maybe like this. Okay, finally I made it. So the car, you can see, jumps into the curb and goes at, I think it was 120 km per hour into the wall. Major impact for the American driver in the American truck. And now Baker is just 13 seconds behind. 14, to be honest. So just 13 seconds is the gap between these two drivers. Obviously this is second place we are talking about. Quite an important one. And maybe even further, considering Manroom is getting there. close slowly, but it's getting there in the podium. After what the beginning provided them, it will be paradise. Up 12.5 seconds. It's very close. It's getting very close. 52.1 was the last lap for the Porsche driver. 54.4 was the last for the Lamborghini. So losing essentially 2.5 seconds per lap. And with 47 to go, it's 24 laps to go. So we'll get to the 650 laps at the very least. But the gap between Manrum and Overink is 31 seconds, which means that the Lamborghini 52 will possibly lose second place, but maybe not the podium, because in 24 laps they actually need just more than a second, so effectively 54.3 by the Lamborghini, 52 point, 52.4 for the Porsche driver, effectively gaining 2 seconds per lap. But Manrum have to just pump the pace a little bit, considering the 202 is lapping just a second and a tiny bit better than the Lamborghini. So with this rhythm they will get to the end at very tight. And remember the car with the fastest lap that also will bring home the Coach Dave Academy 6-month package. We will have massive straight line speed issues. And I need a bit of water, sorry. After hours on here, I need a bit of hydration. Remember, kids, drink, and that's it. Decide yourself what to drink. I'm no one to say you which drink you should drink. Anyway, the Porsche now 8.8 seconds, so we'll stay with this. We'll actually go to the splitter. Possibly. I don't have the ears anymore. I am officially deaf. This car is way more loud than earlier on. I can't hear my thoughts. It's even worse than the McLaren. The thing is that for you all I lowered the volume, so it's still possible for you all to hear, but considering I usually need to drive, I have the volume on the normal level, so at the moment I'm not hearing anything. I hope what I'm saying is makes sense, because the current situation, my thoughts are covered with noise, and the only thing I can think about is a screaming engine, a boxer engine that is destroying me, which is fine. For a 4.6 liter, this is too much. The boxer engine. Manufacturer. Okay, no, it's too much. I can't make it anymore. I was just saying like this, just screaming in my ears. It's like a person coming to your ears and just shouting to your ear. You're like, okay, thanks. I mean, it's enjoyable. Nothing to say, but I also have to speak, and if I just hear someone shouting, it's getting difficult. But for now, also it seems like this car is way more louder, even from the external point of view, from the earlier version. This seems like more than anything. So 6 seconds is just the gap between two, and 2 seconds per lap are being lost every 2 minutes. Slightly less than 2 minutes. And they are lucky it's raining. There was it would have been even worse. In all of this, the Lamborghini really proved, just like in real life, that this car works. Not perfectly, obviously, but seems like it works. And now I want to use it everywhere. And as always, because the Lamborghini seems always like a bit of a bootleg Audi. If it's basically just like an Audi but better, I'm up for it, and I want to drive it till I die. Until that moment, I want to drive the Lamborghini. I'm also biased because I'm Audi and Lamborghini fan, so automatically I become a whoa car, let's go fast, yay! And that's the result of me being a little fanboy of both manufacturers. Just like many are just Porsche fans, so they will just use the Porsche, and many are Ferrari enjoyers, or Mercedes. I don't think there is a single Aston fan out there, as the Aston Martin is used only by people that want an easy car. BMW is just for rich people, or people that don't use blinkers, or don't think that all the people deserve to be driving. And I talk for experience, because every time it was a BMW that was nearly colliding with my bike. And anyway, can't really speak because my dad has one, so effectively I'm maybe okay. There are exceptions, because obviously the exceptions exist, but the majority of the BMW driver are not able to drive properly, and they think the car, and actually even my dad does it. Like, the only thing that he does is using blinkers. He still thinks that the road is entirely his, and no one can even approach his racing line in the highway. I can't honestly speak, because I do even worse things in my motorbike, but whatever. We're not here to talk about things that may put me in trouble with the law. We are here to talk about the race, as Basher is 3.5 seconds away from lowering. I think that, speaking about low, I woke up like half the viewership. And now 3.3 seconds is the gap between Bacher and lowering. As I don't think Manor will get to lowering, because ironically, what I said earlier is completely false at this current moment. because Manrum and Lovering have been lapping the same exact lap time in the last one. Now a second has been gained by the 202, but 38 minutes to go, still a long run. Anything can still happen, obviously, but it's getting unlikely that the overtake will happen. .2 seconds. You saw the Lamborghini just in front of the 180 going trying to go as quick as possible. But the current situation is not really helping every effort that is being used, because the gap is now 1.7 seconds, nearly into the second and a half, so huge problems at the very end of the race for the car number 52, that is possibly getting close to lose second place. We'll certainly try to fight as much as possible as Tobin is going into the pits. With now Skinan overtaking him momentarily. But leaving the fact that still a pit has to be done. Now interesting to see that the 331 was actually quicker than the 18 on the dry. It seems like the Mercedes is a bit less powerful in the wet surface. If not the car, it's at the very least it's the lineup, which is a bit stronger in the wet. One of the tools for certain, considering that on dry tire and dry condition there was an entire second of difference between the two. Just in the best lap, so on average it's more than one, theoretically, because on average the gap gets wider compared to the best. Usually the best is just an exception, while the overall is, well, the overall, so the average is way more precise than just a value. And Basher is now in direct fight with the car up in front. Let's go into the cockpit of the 212. And with 34 to go, I think we are close to see a position change for second place. Nearly going for the move there, but there was no space for the Porsche driver. Now the Lamborghini has to defend as much as possible. Bit of a fast gear change, trying to get as much traction as possible out of it. They know they need just some patience to make it out. And in fact, they go into the inside in turn number 1. The Lamborghini has to stay behind the Porsche number 212, trying to answer, but nothing happens. And the Porsche Mission Spino is now in front of the Lamborghini. And now it's the second Mission Spino car that has to drive quicker, because at the current moment the Lamborghini will stay in third, because there is 25 seconds. There are 25 seconds between lowering command room, and what earlier on was a highly possible task, now it's becoming a bit more difficult. 24 seconds is the difference. Possibly 17 laps to go, and they need more than a second now compared to earlier on. Way more than a second. Last lap has been just 9/10, not enough. They need 1.2 seconds per lap to gain on a damaged Lamborghini. 202 way slower compared to the dry pace, so effectively it seems like it's a Mercedes issue at this point. Considering both drivers were way quicker in the dry, and both drivers driving the Mercedes are way slower in the wet compared to their rivals at the very least, which they were fighting with in the dry, or rather, even just looking at the dry times, it's quite clear. Yeah, the Mercedes is finding some issues compared to the Porsche, for example. Lapping 53.0 in the last lap. Now Manroom did the same at 53.0 and 54.4 for the Lambo after the fight. And we are getting closer to the half-hour mark. But there is also a fight for 13th place, as Schaber is now just in front of the number 1 Bentley. As Manrum went into the pits because of the stint timer. I forgot about it. That's on me. So that's why they weren't really pushing. They knew already that there wasn't any chance to make it. I forgot about the stint. I completely forgot that they still had to do it. In my mind, they already did it. So, essentially now Manroom, that goes just for a drive-thru. No, just for a special dash. Clever idea. Clever idea, that one. And same did Tobin. Now that I look around it. So, all the drivers that went in the pits as of now, they went for... Oh, 26 is into the wall. Townsend. They lost also the position on Schaber and Ricardo. As I wasn't aware. I was looking at the battle between the two. And the pit stint timers and the stops. And now Townsend lost the position on both Schaber and Ricardo. So Schaber is now in 12th. And the number 1... GMI Sim Racing is now in 13th, but is close to become 12th. And well, up in front, Terence Keenan put 18 seconds of fuel, so every liter is 2/10. Every second is 5 liters. It's 15. There will be a close battle between P9 and P9 in the last 2 laps. Not really. Because... P9 and P10. Let me see. 30 minutes. Maybe not. No, there will not be, because 518 still has to pit, but they will do a drive-through. So effectively, yes, you are right. P9 and P10 are on a battle and the very final laps, as mentioned earlier, because the 518 still has to make. I said yes. I didn't say no. As the 25 is into the pits for synth timing, as mentioned earlier, the 518 had to make the pit stop way earlier, just a couple of minutes before the 65-minute line, so they will need to make a drive-through or to just go straight and get the drive-through at the very final laps. But now Hill is in 25, is into the pits. Schaber and Ricciardo are still battling for 12th place, and so the Porsche and Bentley fighting for, I think it's effectively the last position, unless, no, there is also still the 9th on the line. Yeah, I already talked about it when you made the pit stop. When you made the pit stop, I already talked about all the problems, issues, and how to go around it. But for the current situation, is the Bentley is trying to make it from the outside, the Porsche on the inside, defending on the bus stop. Bentley braking earlier, possibly to get a better entry on the bus stop, which is the situation. And Whitehouse 74, yellow flags. Oh, they went into the wall. Oh, they went into the wall, and the battle for 9th is over, as they essentially didn't brake at all. It was very odd. They absolutely didn't brake and destroyed the car as a consequence. But they actually never brake. They never braked and completely totaled the car at the very final stint. Possibly tiredness going on, and they also went again into the wall, possibly frustration and angriness, as Schaber and the Bentley are still battling for position, as number 1 gets it done, and it's 12th place for them, with Whitehouse obviously angry about the lost 9th place, but they are still 2 laps in front of Hill, so until they go back crawling into the pits, it's not a big issue. And eventually gets 12 without too many issues. Already a 8 times gap has been created between the two. And the Porsche 203 Mission Spino has to stay behind. Bit closer now. The 74 is now into the pits to repair the car with broken toy link in the right hand, heavy front end damage in the aero department, and suspects some right side damage too. Indicative 2 minutes of pit, but Hill is effectively 4 minutes away, so they just need to be quick in the pits, repair the car as quick as possible, not even repairing, not even putting fuel, not even tires, only repairs. quick, and they will be good to go. I hope that for this battle up here, for 5th place between Nino Tobben and Terence Kina to spark again, but this will never happen as the gap is now 17 seconds and the 19 is off into the wall of... how did it happen? Oh, they just went wide into the wall at turn 6. Quite an odd situation there. So now Hill is hoping for the best, which is just waiting, because they can't do anything else with some laps of difference. The 74 is highly possible that will remain in 10th, unless the second impact, Evangelion reference, was what ruined everything, because while going as quick as possible they actually ruined even more the car. First after the bus stop and then into... well, just after the bus stop. Car is still in the pits. And now it's Hill. Oh, that's my mistake, I guess. I thought Hill were... Hill's... the number 25 was a lap behind the White House. Just the White House... because they... oh, okay. Because they crossed the line. That's on me. So effectively, Hill made it into the top 10, number 25. That's on me because I thought Hill was a 2 laps behind White House. It was just 1. Apologies for the mistake. And this puts White House in 11th with Ricardo a minute behind. From the race control is a bit hard to understand. And Schaber is still in 203. We're hoping for a mistake by Bentley. I want to see more tickets that have came out. So basically we have an NFA for the cross the line, NFA for cross the line. Car 203 will receive 10 seconds plus 2 points for braking too late and hitting car 74. So this one here. And 74, what is 74? What did it, White House. I don't have it. When did it happen? Is it this one? Oh, this isn't this one. I have no incident regarding this, but apparently 74 and 203 went on a contact, and now Markus Schaber will receive a 10-second penalty because of it, and Townsend has the chance to get back at least in 14th place. They just need a second and a half to make it. As you can see from here, maybe there is a plus 10 seconds on the 203 because of it, and now 1.7 seconds. So essentially this is the fight for 13th place. even if essentially let's rain in 30. Yeah, let's rain in 30. The race is over in 18 minutes. Anyway, oh, Craig Townsend, apparently I scared him because he went wide. I laugh if I really made him go wide by shouting in the microphone. Because the timing was oddly the same. I really hope it's not because of me. Anyway, funny, this puts Townsend 5 seconds off Schaber. And with 15 to go, it's getting difficult for Schaber to get overtaken. We did this hours ago, not with 70 minutes. I think many people needed this with more time to go, 17 minutes. But oh well, it's not like you can decide things. The weather can't be decided. Oh, and never mind what I said, because apparently Schaber went wide on toe and lost a couple of seconds. So now Townsend has again the chance to make it. As you can see, he goes. Well, it was at the very least it was scenographic. And 42 is into the wall and crawling somewhere. So they are now going to the left-hander and they are off into the distance from this beautiful perspective. So number 42, a bit of a trouble, and this puts again the fight for 13th back on a chance, considering there are 2 seconds between Schaber and Townsend. So we are in the final quarter of a 24-hour race made of many quarters. And Townsend is now 13 seconds off, so it's still the other way around. It's getting likely that the overtake will happen. Remember that 203 has a 10 seconds penalty for colliding with car 74. Oh, 73. 74, wait, you can't be serious. Oh dear, I never noticed it. You are right. Luca Giannone made a 24-hour all by himself. Wow. But I've got a couple of questions. How did he eat? Because I remember that you need to eat during your day. So it was false. Ah, okay, makes sense. Anyway. Back to Freediver sharing a rig but still completing at 24 speed. And free drivers complete. That's very cool. Having free drivers in real life, having to complete the race, swapping literally the car, the sharing the rig. That's a bit cool. But Nino Tobben is in this image is effectively putting the fact that it's not over till it's over. Before, in the first 4 hours, they were effectively nowhere, having some troubles left and right, and after all the issues, they are now in 5th place. But honorable mention for the 202 that after being already 2 laps down, after 2 hours, they are now in 4th place. And very close to winning the comeback prize. Because they were effectively in 20th place, if I remember correctly, after 2 hours. And they never gave up. Last 10 minutes to go. We are getting closer and closer to the end of everything, of the world, of the entire world. We will possibly see Beer going through the pit and losing 30 seconds, but remember that Hill is 2 laps behind. Essentially, it's not really an issue. Meanwhile, Sauter, yellow flags being shown after the bus stop. Way too wide on exit, and they tried to turn wide onto the grass, but didn't collide with any wall or anything. Townsend is still 12 seconds behind Schaber, which makes it 2 after penalties are being applied. .8 now, 2.7, with 2. No, it means 2.7. So effectively, they need to get quicker in 10 minutes. 5 laps, maybe 6 to go, depending on when the 737 will cross the line. Should we put this as the only battle ongoing? I'm still extremely surprised by Lovering in the Lamborghini after the hit with the wall. They've been lapping 53.7, and around them the lap is 52, 53. It's around 52 and 53, so they are still lapping very quick compared to anyone else, even after the huge damage to the front of their car. As the 518 is with yellow flags, into the pits they go. To go through the drive-thru, I suppose. Nothing that really impacts their race. Very slow, 60 kilometers per hour. Not one more, not one less. For 30 seconds. Then off they go, keeping 9th place without too many issues. And for now it will be quite a good achievement for them. Even in front of Hill. And I think I gave everyone some spaces. Simone Bighiani back into the race, just to at the very least conclude it in a 75. Just 500 500 laps behind the leader. Still in lap 150. I don't know why, but I suppose they will be at the finish line just the tiny amount of 505 laps behind the leader. They can still win this. Not really sure how, but I can take. It's obviously impossible. But the arrows are back on track at the very least. After hours that they've been missing. I remember that this race has actually been split nearly in half. And not nearly, not even close to half. As there was a red flag as 21 to go. That put the drivers to a halt for server technical issues. But nevertheless, everyone that did this race is an important piece of this puzzle that went out and that is getting to an end with 6 minutes to go, so just 3 laps to go. And for who will need to see more racing, there is the British GT on Tuesday. There is the rookies on Thursday. And also there is a Pulsing here on Friday. So the racing never ends on FRL, at least until the summer. There is also the free hour of Valencia. There is also the Porsche Super Cup in the off-season. And many more to come with one-offs and endurances. There is 6 hours Spa, just like in real life. And I apologize if I'm being a bit less energetic, but I think you can understand me. It's been even unusual for me, and I've been quite cool about it. Like it's not the always shouting that I have in the rookies, but oh, 518 again, another drive-through. I suppose for exceeding track limits, so 2 is better than 1, I suppose. Like 1 more just to be safe, maybe, I don't know. And for sure, it's yellow flags and doing a 360. Not sure about there. They go into the bus stop once, twice, into the curb. We are not even on track anymore. They found themselves stuck. No, 518. Apparently they didn't have enough fuel. Ah, safety first stop. Ah, okay. I won't question too much, but okay. I accept it. And essentially, don't think there will be any change in the leaderboard as of now, considering even Townsend is 5 seconds away from Schaber, one of the two Schabers. The other is in the 202. As we go for a rapid turnaround of drivers, we have 75 arrows, just more than 500 laps behind the leader. 999 FRL in the Porsche in 22nd, with Giannone and company at this point, because it's the same team but many drivers on the same place. And in the 173 Honda, then Jean Fourche in the 12, number 12 in the French team, which I always forget the name, Lerohan Ululu. And then 180 is the Italian job car, BMW in 19th place with 792 Eclipse Racing Esport Academy in 18th place. In the number 2 it is Chris Sauter driving for the FRL Mercedes, with Ian Barth in the 934 Advisor Racing team, with Sasha Slanina in 19, in the number 19 Porsche, this one here, as the leader is now in the final lap. I'm still ongoing. Let me do it in a fancy way. As the number 19 for Dog Race in Germany is in 15th with Townsend. It is 26. Big Brain should be, if I am not much dumb, which I am. Okay, no, it is correct. Then Schaber in the 203 Mission Spino, with Jamie Ricciardo in the Jimmy Sim Racing, with Whitehouse in the 74 Big Brain in 11th. Then it's David Hill for Westside Racing in 10th place, with Andreas Beer for Riptech Racing, with Gagarinov in the 42. Horvath in the GT Master number 80. Terence Keenan for Eclipse Racing Esport in 6th place, number 331. And then we get into the top 5. It's Nino Tobben for Astro Sim Racing in 5th place, with Manurm Mission Spino 202 Mercedes in 4th place. And then we start with the podium with 52 Lamborghini, fastest lap holder, as 26 is off into the distance, possibly waiting for the leader. 212 Mission Spino is in 2nd place, and then it is Fulvio Di Polito. It will complete the race in P1 for the 24 hour of Watkins Glen is 737 Aston Martin FRL, with Basher still in the bus stop, so it will be a long time. Lovering gets in 3rd place in the 52 Lamborghini, and Horvath is in the number 80 crossing the line, with I think it's Salanina in 15th. I would like to cover everyone by effectively the normal way around, but I really can't. Schaber gets in 11th with Hill just passing by. Kakarinov is in 8th, crosses the line. Italian Job in the 180. Trying to get someone else, as Giannone is R. Luca Giannone R crossing the line. unless they are all called Luca Giannone. It will be quite funny. And then it's Viviani completing the race into the third place, and unfortunately now it's all messed up because people have quitted the lobby, so I can't be. Oh no! Oh yes! No, don't do it. Okay. And I'm still waiting for Maximilian Bacher in P2 for Mission Spino completing the race in the 212 Porsche, just in front of Lovering in 52, Manolum in 202, Tobin in 18th, and then Terence Keenan. Please tell me you did it on purpose. And then he will stay there. He decided that this is his moment. Never mind. No, it's cool like this. You could have done it in reverse, mate. No one saw it. The 51 completing and doing donuts, possibly doing them earlier than expected. But this was it for the 24-hour of Watkins Glen. There's been also a 10-second penalty in total for the car number 26, which is, I don't know where. I'm not sure where the 26 is. As the Mission Spino cars are going there into the distance and crashing each other even. And this was it for, I can't even say tonight, more like this day entirely, with the 3 Mission Spino spinning in the distance. And this was it. Unless anyone wants to get into the interviews at the very final moment, I will stay here for a couple of minutes. Something broke? Why are things breaking up while I'm... Is this my chair? Okay, I found out that something is breaking in my chair. The good thing is that I'm not dead yet, so I guess it's still okay. But nonetheless, this was the entirety of the 24-hour of Watkins Glen, with 737 winning just in front of the 212, the 52, and the 202 with the 331 completing the top 5. And essentially, as always, endurance racing, so very, very difficult to compete in, and even finishing it is a good achievement. But this is everything from my side. Thank you to all the viewers that stayed here. Thank you to everyone that that were on track yesterday and this afternoon. Thanks to all the organizers, because I'm just here to do commentary, and to the lot. I'll just say thanks to whoever I didn't mention. But anyway, this is it from me, Cristian Romano. But it was also thanks to all the other commentators that were here. And I will see you all on Tuesday, or Tuesday or Friday, depending when you want to look at the race. In the meantime, stay safe and goodbye.